Chapter 709. However, with his real body, he had a huge advantage over the gold star beast. With lightning flashing all over his body, Lei Xingfeng threw a punch at the star beast that was flying towards him. In an instant, a huge thunder ball flew out of his hand and smashed towards the gold star beast. The gold star beast let out a sharp cry and suddenly rose up. However, the speed of lightning was the fastest and the star beast couldn't dodge it at all. The thunder ball exploded on the star beast's body. In an instant, the star beast began to tremble violently in the air. This was not physical damage but the damage caused by the huge electric current. The attribute of the iron-bone star beast was gold. The damage caused by the thunder was much stronger than physical damage. Lei Xingfeng flapped his wings and flew up. He didn't give the star beast a chance to escape. He continued to smash the star beast with thunderballs. This made the gold star beast completely understand that it couldn't dive down and attack from the sky. In the end, it was still hit by the thunderballs and fell to the ground. Although it didn't suffer fatal damage, it was still numb and extremely uncomfortable. Lei Xingfeng had successfully angered the star beast. After it landed on the ground, it roared and rushed towards Lei Xingfeng. Both of them were huge creatures. If he didn't release his real body, he would also be affected by the battle. Therefore, it was a wise choice to retreat. Boom! Lei Xingfeng's real body collided with the gold star beast. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng felt his whole body tremble. He felt like he had collided with a high-speed train. However, the gold star beast was also uncomfortable. Not only was it trembling from the collision, but Lei Xingfeng's body was also wrapped in thunder and lightning. At that moment, the gold star beast's body stiffened. Hey! Lei Xingfeng suddenly reached out and grabbed the gold star beast's wings. With a sudden lift, the gold star beast was flipped over. Then, Lei Xingfeng kicked the gold star beast. In the horrified cry of the gold star beast, its huge body was kicked away. Then, Lei Xingfeng punched it from top to bottom. Xingfeng couldn't close his mouth. The most troublesome thing about the iron-bone star beast was its continuous attack. However, he saw Lei Xingfeng attacking continuously, and the iron-bone star beast couldn't fight back at all. He didn't know that every time the iron-bone star beast touched Lei Xingfeng's real body, it would be numb from the thunder and lightning. It couldn't move at all and could only passively resist. The punch landed on the star beast. With a loud bang, the star beast let out a mournful cry. Lei Xingfeng rushed over and grabbed the star beast's tail. Then, he swung it crazily and smashed it to the ground. Boom! 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 Under the continuous smashing, the gold star beast couldn't even cry out. Xingfeng's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that the usually gentle kid would be so wild in battle. Huge pits appeared one after another on the ground. The gold star beast was completely knocked out. Lei Xingfeng kicked the star beast hard. The huge leg of his real body swept the star beast. The huge force immediately sent the star beast flying. This time, the star beast flew 100 meters away. The star beast rolled over 10 times on the ground and finally stood up shakily. It glared at Lei Xingfeng fiercely and spread its wings, wanting to fly away. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to let it run away. His huge body rushed out again. As soon as the star beast flew off the ground, it was slapped down by Lei Xingfeng before it could reach a height of 100 meters. He attacked crazily with all his strength. Lei Xingfeng believed that once he attacked, he would go all out without any hesitation. Kicking, grabbing, smashing, swinging, and slapping, Lei Xingfeng used all possible methods. The star beast was completely stunned. With the thunder and lightning of Lei Xingfeng's real body, the star beast lost its ability to resist. It was passively beaten up by Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng's real body also had a tail. He used it to whip the star beast from time to time. This kind of attack was very fierce. Every time he whipped the star beast in the air, it screamed in pain. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Lei Xingfeng felt tired. However, he found that he couldn't kill this thing. Lei Xingfeng grabbed the star beast's neck with one hand and its tail with the other. He looked back at Xingfeng and said, "Senior, I can't kill it." Xingfeng laughed and said, "Continue fighting. What can't be killed?" It had to be said that the life force of a gold star beast was extremely long. Moreover, its body was as strong as iron. Even if it was slightly injured, it would be difficult to kill it. Therefore, this thing was very difficult to deal with. Lei Xingfeng choked the star beast. It finally recovered and began to struggle with all its might. Lei Xingfeng cursed, "Damn it, you're courting death." Suddenly, he had an idea. He stepped on the star beast's back and pulled up with both hands. The poor star beast's body was stepped on, and its head and tail were held by Lei Xingfeng's hands like a bow. The so-called anti-joint was what Lei Xingfeng was doing now. Since he couldn't kill it, he would cripple it. Lei Xingfeng knew that if the spine of any creature was broken, it would lose its ability to escape and resist, no matter how strong its life force was. Crack, crack, crack. The spine of the gold star beast was not broken, but under Lei Xingfeng's crazy twisting and turning, it was finally dislocated. The star beast let out a shrill scream again. After its spine was dislocated, the star beast lost the strength to stand, let alone fly. Lei Xingfeng let go of his hand. At this time, he was already exhausted. He quickly took a few big steps back and his real body suddenly shrank back into Lei Yin. With both hands on his knees, Lei Xingfeng panted heavily and said, "It was really dangerous. I can't seem to kill it." In fact, Lei Xingfeng was almost out of strength. His real body consumed a lot of energy, so he had a great sense of crisis. Once he was powerless, his real body would definitely disappear. At that time, how could he fight the star beast with his own strength? Xingfeng clapped. He walked over and said, "Very good. You actually used this method to make the iron-bone star beast lose its fighting ability. Good, good." Lei Xingfeng said, "How can I kill it?" Xingfeng said, "It's very simple. Twist its head off and it will be finished." Twist its head off? This was too bloody. Xingfeng said, "It's really difficult to kill this thing, but your idea is really good." As he spoke, he released his real body and stepped on the slender neck of the star beast. Then, he twisted the star beast's head forcefully. After 2 rounds, the joints of the star beast's neck cracked. Lei Xingfeng watched as the star beast's head was twisted more than 10 times. Although it was not twisted off, the gold star beast could not resist this method and died in Xingfeng's hands. Xingfeng said, "Once the star beast can't move, there are thousands of ways to kill it. This is the stupidest way." Lei Xingfeng's hands and feet were weak. It was not because of fear, but because he was tired. Just now, he almost used all his strength. He had never used his real body like this before. However, he still felt good when he thought about it. This kind of battle was very rare. Xingfeng said, "I'll give this star beast to you. It's probably your first time killing an adult star beast." Lei Xingfeng said, "Senior killed it. I only injured it." Xingfeng said, "It's not much different from death. It can't move. What else can it do?" Lei Xingfeng's confidence rose. He said, "Okay, I understand." As he spoke, he put away the gold star beast. This thing was also a treasure. It would be a waste not to take it. He never rejected materials. Xingfeng said, "It's about time. Let's get ready to leave." Lei Xingfeng agreed. Xingfeng opened the secret door. Just as they were about to leave, they heard thunder in the distance. With their experience, they immediately knew that there was a battle. Xingfeng hesitated and said, "Let's go and take a look?" Lei Xingfeng actually did not want to take a look. However, since Xingfeng brought it up, it meant that he wanted to go. If he did not want to go, he would not have asked. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go and take a look." Unknowingly, the two of them had become closer. This process was very strange. Lei Xingfeng had always been on guard. However, he did not expect Xingfeng to teach him cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had successfully advanced to the primary monarch rank. This was a height that he did not even think of. Unknowingly, he let down his guard against Xing Feng. Xing Feng closed the secret door and flew over with Lei Xingfeng. Of course, they did not fly high in the sky. They just flew close to the ground. Their speed was a little slow, but it was safer than flying high in the sky. If they flew high in the sky, they would be easy target. Moreover, they would be easily discovered by star beasts. 1 or 2 star beasts would not be a problem, but if a group of them came, even Xing Feng would not be able to handle it. Soon, they saw smoke rising in the distance. They could vaguely see the shadows of star beasts. Lei Xingfeng said, "It seems like someone is fighting with star beasts." Xing Feng said, "3 people." As they got closer, Lei Xingfeng said, "There is a gold star beast." He could not help but feel lucky. There was only 1 gold star beast just now. If there were 2, they would not be able to handle it. In a few breaths, Lei Xingfeng could clearly see the 3 real bodies and 1 star beast. They were fighting in full swing. Xing Feng laughed. "They are not as good as you." Gold star beasts had 2 unique characteristics. Firstly, they had thick skin and flesh. Their ability to resist attacks was simply abnormal. Lei Xingfeng had a very clear memory of this. Secondly, they had lightning-like movement. They were extremely fast. Lei Xingfeng did not feel it. However, when he saw the star beast's movements, he suddenly understood. It was his lightning that had prevented the gold star beast from displaying its abilities. Xing Feng landed not far away. Lei Xingfeng followed. They did not want to get too close in case they were affected. Lei Xingfeng said, "Earlier, I was in a daze. This is a good opportunity to see how others fight." Xing Feng said, "The 3 of them are not weaker than you. However, when they fight, they are not as sharp as you. This is the first time I discovered that your attacks are very powerful. Have you fought many times before?" Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Of course." He had fought his way here. In terms of combat experience, he was incomparably rich. Xing Feng nodded and said, "No wonder you could beat an adult star beast to the point that it could not fight back. Indeed, it is impossible to be so powerful without experiencing many battles." Chapter 710. When Lei Xingfeng saw the real battle of the gold star beast, he couldn't help but feel lucky. He didn't let the star beast unleash its full potential from the start, and the 3 people in front of him were at a disadvantage. The 3 of them were actually suppressed by the gold star beast. Xing Feng clicked his tongue and said, "3 idiots. They don't have any cooperation at all. No wonder they were suppressed by a star beast." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "They are quite strong. As time goes by, the star beast will be at a disadvantage." Xing Feng said, "That might not be the case. Star beasts are very smart. Once they can't hold on, they will run away." The 3 huge true bodies were dozens of meters tall. They weren't much different from the huge star beast. Moreover, the 3 of them were quite strong. They fought with the star beast very well. However, in Lei Xingfeng's eyes, they were too passive. Soon, the 3 of them saw Xing Feng and Lei Xingfeng. One of them shouted, "Friend, stop looking and come over to help." Xing Feng sneered and said, "You can't even kill a star beast. Why are you asking for help?" The 3 of them stopped talking and attacked fiercely. Lei Xingfeng said, "Are you confident that you can win against the 3 of them?" Xing Feng said indifferently, "Do you think I can win?" He was good at making enemies. With 1 sentence, he offended the 3 of them. Lei Xingfeng thought for a while and said, "You should be able to win." Xing Feng said, "What do you mean you should be able to win? You will definitely win." Lei Xingfeng could only nod and said, "All right, then you will definitely win." The old man was very stubborn. However, he knew that the old man could win. Especially after he recovered from his injuries, he couldn't see through the old man's strength. Even if he advanced to the monarch rank, he still couldn't see through the old man. As the battle progressed, it was 3 against 1 after all. The 3 of them could help each other. Thus, the three of them gradually stabilized their footing. Moreover, they were both attacking and defending. They were evenly matched. Gold star beasts, also known as iron bone star beasts, were very difficult to kill. Their ability to recover was simply amazing. No matter what means the three of them used to injure it, the star beast would recover in a few seconds. For the three of them, if they could not kill the star beast quickly, the result would be that the three of them would be exhausted if they continued to fight. After fighting for a while, the three of them took turns to step forward so that the other two could take a breather. Xing Feng shook his head slightly and said, "If we fight like this, we will definitely be unlucky in the end." Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go, let's leave this place first." He didn't want to get involved, so leaving was the wiser choice. Xing Feng said, "Do you think you can leave?" Sure enough, as soon as Xing Feng finished speaking, the three of them began to retreat. Their direction was precisely where the two of them were standing. The two of them could clearly see this kind of malicious action. Xing Feng said, "Strange, are they courting death?" Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, "They are not courting death. They just want to drag us down with them." Xing Feng sneered and said, "They are courting death." He shouted, "Hey! Lure the star beasts to another place. If you come back, don't blame me for killing you." The three of them hesitated for a moment. They all knew that the guy who could say such words must be strong. However, the three of them were anxious to get rid of the star beast. Since there was a ready-made person who could drag them down, they certainly didn't want to let him go. They had done this kind of thing many times and had seen many times. They wouldn't give up just because of the other party's threat. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "They won't listen to you." Xing Feng sneered and said, "Of course. I will wait for them to come. You should be ready. Since they dare to come, they should be prepared to be killed." Lei Xingfeng actually didn't want to fight. However, since they had been forced to this point, he had no choice but to prepare for battle. The three of them obviously didn't have good intentions. In this world, without a certain level of strength, one would basically be bullied. The other party could do whatever they wanted. Xing Feng and Lei Xingfeng began to prepare. The two of them didn't leave and just quietly watched the three of them fight the star beast. The three of them moved quickly. In less than a few minutes, they lured the star beasts over. Lei Xingfeng's body began to emit lightning. He said, "Who should I deal with?" Xing Feng said coldly, "Only attack the three of them. Ignore the star beast. That thing is very vengeful. It will target whoever fights with it. We will only attack the three of them." In an instant, the two of them expanded their true forms. Xing Feng shouted, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." An incomparably powerful aura suddenly spread out. At this moment, the three of them realized that they were in big trouble this time. They seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Lei Xingfeng's true form was also revealed. It was a huge star beast, but its head was still his. However, because he had just advanced, his true form didn't have enough spiritual fire. However, due to the huge increase in strength, it was even more powerful than his original true form. The two of them pounced forward. The three of them let out strange cries. The two of them, who were originally taking the opportunity to rest, had no choice but to meet them head-on. After a slight contact, the two of them were frightened. The person fighting Lei Xingfeng was barely able to resist, but under the roaring thunder and lightning, he definitely didn't feel good. Even though he was in his true form, his whole body was constantly numb. The attack of thunder and lightning was already extremely abnormal. In addition, Lei Xingfeng had placed restrictions on his true form, so his attack was even more frightening. As for the cultivator facing Xing Feng, he was in complete despair. The difference in strength between the two of them was quite large. When Xing Feng's fist smashed over, the cultivator's true body was almost shattered, causing his mind to be shaken. Only now did he realize that he couldn't even take a casual blow from his opponent. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop, stop! Let's talk!" Xing Feng said, "Go to hell!" He punched again. Only now did he beg for mercy. It was a typical case of someone who wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. That man screamed and retreated madly. He really couldn't resist Xing Feng's attack. There was a huge gap between their strength. Xing Feng was like an adult bullying a child. Xing Feng didn't say a word. Instead, he threw out one punch after another. Xian Feng, on the other hand, was having a good time fighting against his opponent. Lightning and thunder were flashing everywhere. His opponent was also having a hard time, but compared to his comrade, he could at least hold on for a while his comrade was already in an extremely dangerous situation. The fellow who was fighting with the Star Beast was also sweating profusely. He had originally tried to lure the Star Beast to fight with Xian Feng, but who knew that the Star Beast would be so stubborn as to only attack him, causing him to be unable to escape. His companion was also entangled with Xing Feng and the Thunder Star Beast. Now that there was no one to replace him, he was also panicking. The three of them were instantly under the threat of death. They had no choice but to risk their lives. Each of them took out their trump cards and frantically resisted. However, even so, the three of them realized in despair that Xing Feng and Lei Xingfeng's strength was still firmly suppressing theirs. At this moment, the three of them were filled with regret. Why did they have to provoke such experts? They were really tired of living. Xing Feng punched 3 times consecutively, causing the opponent's true form to sway. The explosion resounded through the earth. That person repeatedly said, "Senior, senior, please stop." Xing Feng didn't give up and said, "You're asking me to stop now? Are you crazy? I'll beat you up." Then, Lei Xingfeng saw that the cultivator was beaten up by Xing Feng. It was really beaten up. Not only did his true form crumble, but the most amazing thing was that his hidden Luan space also exploded. It was as if there was a huge rainstorm. Countless materials and items appeared out of thin air and then fell down like rain. Xing Feng laughed loudly and stepped on the cultivator, who had already lost his true form. With one step, he turned into meat paste. Without the protection of his true form, he was nothing. Lei Xingfeng didn't understand at all. However, he was extremely shocked. He never knew that he could really beat someone up and even make their hidden Luan space explode. This thing was simply too mysterious. It broke his previous knowledge of cultivation. Xing Feng stomped his opponent to death and turned around to charge at the person who was fighting Lei Xingfeng and shouted, "You can go die too!" Lei Xingfeng's opponent let out a scream like a little girl who was caught. He screamed and tried to escape. However, how could Lei Xingfeng let him escape? He continuously attacked. The lightning had a numbing effect. This guy couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch as the huge true form pressed down on him and then a terrifyingly huge fist smashed over. Xing Feng said, "Explode for me too." Boom. A fist smashed into that person's head. With a loud bang, that person's true form also exploded. Following that, his hidden Luan space also exploded. His seal also shattered. When that person's true form collapsed, Lei Xingfeng's thick lightning struck that person's body. In an instant, that person was burned to ashes. After losing his seal and true form, how could he block Lei Xingfeng's lightning? After killing 2 people in a row, the ground was littered with all kinds of materials. They were all the materials and items that the two had collected. The last guy completely collapsed. He was so scared that he turned around and ran. He was continuously attacked by the Star Beast until his true form trembled. This was the disadvantage of releasing one's true form. Once one had a true form, their battle strength would increase exponentially. However, if they wanted to escape, it would be extremely difficult. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, practitioners wouldn't be willing to release their true form. It would be very difficult to escape, and the true form would instead be a burden. Especially when the true form was retracted, it was also when the practitioner was at their weakest. If they weren't careful, they would be killed by the opponent. That person was in this kind of pain. He wanted to retract his true form and run, but it was difficult because the star beast was continuously attacking. This made him not know what to do. Just as he turned around and ran a few steps, Xing Feng and Lei Xingfeng also charged over. Lei Xingfeng's thoughts were the same as Xing Feng's. Since they had already killed, then they would continue to kill. They definitely couldn't let this guy escape. That person was completely panicked. Panicking here was basically equivalent to death. He didn't even have the slightest chance to escape. That person suddenly retracted his true form. Before he could escape, the star beast's tail whipped him. Without the support of his true form, this attack broke his bones and tendons. Lei Xingfeng's lightning struck him. In an instant, that person's body trembled. Then, Xing Feng's true form stomped on him. This stomp turned him into a meat patty. Chapter 7:11. This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't see the hidden Luan space exploding. He asked curiously, It didn't explode? Xing Feng said indifferently, exploding means exploding. Everything will explode. Hence, if you aren't confident, don't use your true form. Woo! The star beast's tail swept over. Its target was Lei Xingfeng's waist. Lei Xingfeng already had some experience dealing with gold star beasts. He knew that these beasts had amazing endurance and were hard to kill. However, after killing one gold star beast, Lei Xingfeng already knew its weakness. He reached out with his true form's giant hand and grabbed the star beast's tail. This attack was extremely powerful and forced Lei Xingfeng to retreat. However, he also managed to grab the tail of the gold star beast. Lightning shot out and instantly, the gold star beast trembled violently. The lightning paralyzed the gold star beast. Although it only lasted for a short period of time, it was enough for Lei Xingfeng to make his move. With a tug, the gold star beast was pulled to his side. Lei Xingfeng bent down and hugged the gold star beast. Then, he sat on the star beast. His legs clamped the star beast's huge body and his hands hugged the star beast's head. He used all his strength to turn the star beast's head. Lightning continued to pour down from his hands. Xing Feng stood at the side and didn't make a move. He only watched how Lei Xingfeng killed the star beast. Lei Xingfeng's true form was also a star beast. It was a huge thunder star beast. 2 giant hands, or more accurately, 2 giant claws. One of them hooked the jaw of the gold star beast while the other was stuck on its neck. He used it to turn the head of the gold star beast. Gotcha! The gold star beast let out a terrified roar. No matter what kind of beast it was, once its head turned 360 degrees, it would be hard for it to survive. After turning 360 degrees continuously, Lei Xingfeng forcefully twisted the head of the gold star beast. When one knew the weakness of a star beast, it wasn't difficult to kill it. The gold star beast that even 3 high-level cultivators couldn't deal with was easily killed by Lei Xingfeng in less than a minute. Xing Feng clapped and laughed. Good, very smart. Lei Xingfeng released the huge claw and quickly retracted his true body. He now understood the pros and cons of using the true body. If the true body is destroyed, the hidden Luan space will shatter? Xing Feng said, You have to be skillful. First, you have to be much stronger than the others. Second, you have to attack the real body. When the real body is destroyed, you have to shatter the opponent's seal. Otherwise, it won't work. These 3 guys must have lost their minds. That's why I seized the opportunity and destroyed 2 of them in a row. The last one knew that he was going to die, so he put away his seal. He would rather be trampled to death by me than be destroyed by me. Lei Xingfeng said, So that's how it is. I always thought that the hidden Luan space would never be exposed. Xing Feng said, A low-level practitioner's hidden Luan space won't explode, but a high-level practitioner, that is, a practitioner with a true body, when fighting, if they aren't careful, their true body and seal will be shattered. At that time, no matter how much you control it, it will be useless. This time, my luck was better. Those 3 guys panicked, that's why I took the chance to destroy them. There were materials and items everywhere. One must know that a high-level cultivator's life was to cultivate and collect materials. This was the most important task of a cultivator. Therefore, once the hidden Lewin space was destroyed, everything would be taken advantage of by the enemy. The amount of materials and items collected in one's life could be said to be a huge amount. After the two high-level cultivators were destroyed, two mountains appeared on the ground. They were indeed two mountains, and they weren't small in size. In addition, there was a gold star beast corpse. This time, Xing Feng and Lei Xingfeng's harvest was huge. The two of them already had a tacit understanding, and each of them searched for the materials they needed. As cultivation required a large amount of materials, Lei Xingfeng used more. Other than cultivation, he was also proficient in seals, so he needed more materials. This time, Lei Xingfeng used up a lot of materials. Although there were some gains, compared to the materials he used up, Lei Xingfeng was already a poor man. Suddenly obtaining the treasures of two high-level cultivators, this greatly complemented Lei Xingfeng's deficiencies. Ever since he advanced to the monarch rank, Lei Xingfeng's hidden Lewin space had increased greatly, and could store a lot of things. It was a pity that until now, he still couldn't connect to his mirror world, otherwise, he could store even more materials and items. After spending more than 10 days, the two of them finally cleaned up the ground. Most of the materials were given to Lei Xingfeng. Xing Feng only wanted the best materials, high-level materials that were most suitable for him. Among them, he found many good things. Lei Xingfeng's harvest was even greater. As long as Xing Feng didn't want it, regardless of whether it was useful or not, he would collect it. What a joke! He had a bunch of family members and subordinates who needed all sorts of materials. He wouldn't waste or neglect any materials. As there were too many things, Lei Xingfeng couldn't organize them all in a short time. However, he wasn't in a hurry as he had plenty of time to organize them. In this harvest, Lei Xingfeng obtained quite a number of good lightning-type materials. Although the quantity wasn't much, the quality was extremely high. Thinking about it, these cultivators who were killed were all monarch rank experts. If it wasn't good stuff, they wouldn't have kept it in his hidden Lewin space. According to Lei Xingfeng's understanding, only monarch rank experts could travel between continents to find the materials they needed. He knew that if they stayed in a continent for a long time without any subordinates, monarch rank cultivators wouldn't be able to persevere. The higher the level, the more materials they needed. A few continents, or even tens of continents, wouldn't be able to satisfy their need. Although he was delayed for more than 10 days, the harvest he got in these 10 days was something that he wouldn't be able to get in 2 years or even tens of years. Lei Xingfeng hoped that such a good thing would happen a few more times. After becoming a monarch, Xian Feng realized that the amount of materials he needed to strengthen his lightning stamp had increased by several fold. Just a simple strengthening of his lightning stamp would require a large amount of materials, not to mention the fact that he was still researching restrictions, especially the inspiration he gained from the natural restrictions. He needed to consume a large amount of materials in order to obtain what he wanted. These gains temporarily allowed Xian Feng to have no more worries. Of course, if he wanted to continue leveling up, if he wanted to continue gaining knowledge of restrictions, he would need to continue collecting large amounts of materials. This was the pain that a cultivator had to endure when they reached a high level. It was no wonder that a high-level cultivator, if there wasn't an alliance behind them, would have to go on the road alone to find what they needed. Every high-level cultivator was a huge resource consumer. Without resources, it would be extremely difficult to even maintain one's original level, let alone continue cultivating and advancing. Xing Feng and Lei Xingfeng were in the same mood. They were very happy to have gotten such a large amount of materials out of nowhere. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Senior, if we follow this method, won't everyone be in danger? Once they release their true body, there is a possibility that they will be defeated. Who would dare to release their true body to fight?" Xing Feng laughed. Do you think that you can defeat a cultivator with a true body so easily? Lei Xingfeng said, Senior, it doesn't seem that difficult to defeat those two people. Xing Feng said, Nonsense. Why don't you try? There is a technique to this. I won't hide it from you. In my entire life, I have only defeated a few dozen people. Lei Xingfeng was speechless. This was considered little? Xing Feng said, Don't think that it is a lot. If you can defeat 1 out of 10 people, you will be considered lucky. Moreover, after you defeat them, there will be a lot of trouble. Lei Xingfeng immediately reacted and said, I know. If there are other experts nearby and I defeat one of them, then it is time to snatch. Xing Feng nodded and said, That is why when there are many people, don't waste your time trying to defeat others. If you are not careful, you will be attacked by everyone. Lei Xingfeng could understand this. Once a large amount of materials appeared, especially good materials, no cultivator would be able to endure it. They would definitely rush to snatch them. Once they started snatching, it would mean that there would be a fight to the death. Lei Xingfeng said, Senior, can you teach me the technique to defeat others? Xing Feng said, There is no special technique. It is just fast. The moment you defeat the opponent's real body, you must immediately shatter the opponent's seal. This requires a bit of talent because when you destroy the real body, you often can't see where the seal is. If you can't hit it, it will be useless even if you kill the opponent. Lei Xingfeng's heart was moved. He might not be good at other things, but when it came to vision, he believed that no one could be better than him. Lei Xingfeng had never seen anyone with this pair of eyes. It was this pair of eyes that brought him countless resources. This pair of eyes allowed him to easily learn seals and make good use of their power. Therefore, he believed that if he grew to a certain extent, defeating others wouldn't be a difficult thing. Lei Xingfeng's interest in defeating experts rapidly increased. The most important reason was for the materials. He had suffered a lot, so he wanted to take a shortcut. Of course, he wouldn't kill people for no reason. He still had this bottom line. However, if the opponent took the initiative to kill him, then defeating him would be the best choice. Xing Feng laughed mischievously. He knew that Xian Feng was tempted. Of course, destroying his opponent was something he had discovered by chance. There weren't many people who knew about it. There were many experts who didn't even know about it. This was one of his secrets. The two quickly left this place and arrived at a new continent. They didn't stay on this continent for long. Xing Feng opened a secret door and crossed over to another continent. Xing Feng decided to take a rest here. This was a barren continent. There was nothing but sand and stones. There were large pieces of grayish-brown stones and a few wash-basin-sized stones. There was nothing else. Lei Xingfeng sat on a stone and carefully inspected the materials he had obtained. When he took out a foot-long box and opened it, a faint light scattered out. Chapter 7:12. What's this? Lei Xingfeng looked at the odd-shaped object in the box. It was an oval with countless thorns on each end. There were 2 long thorns on each end, and the rest were densely packed with small thorns. It glowed with a faint red light. Xing Feng was also sorting things out. He had also obtained a lot of good stuff. He didn't want ordinary materials and gave them to Lei Xingfeng. Of course, there were still many good things left out. After all, time was tight and he didn't have much time to carefully select them. Hearing Lei Xingfeng talking to himself, Xing Feng looked up and saw the object. His heart jumped. Seeing Lei Xingfeng close the lid and about to put it away, Xing Feng couldn't help but shout, "Let me see." Lei Xingfeng was shocked and said, "What?" Xing Feng quickly said, "Let me see. Let me see." The urgency in his tone made Lei Xingfeng's scalp tingle. This guy's expression and tone were wrong. The only possibility was that he had found something incredible. Xian Feng didn't have any intentions of hiding it. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Even if Xing Feng's attitude towards him was much better, he believed that if Xing Feng wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate at all. He passed the box over and spoke, "What's this? It looks very strange." Xing Feng hurriedly opened the box and stared at it for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. I didn't expect. Ha 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 ha. The tone of his laughter changed. Lei Xingfeng felt a chill in his heart. He didn't know what could make this guy laugh crazily. Lei Xingfeng tried to hold it in. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Senior, why? What is this? Xing Feng laughed until tears came out of his eyes. His appearance was terrifying. Although he was laughing, his face was completely distorted. It looked very scary. After a long time, Xing Feng finally stopped. He wiped his tears and said, Do you know how long I have been looking for this thing? Haha, do you still remember the ruins we came out of? Back then, it was because this sect might have this thing that I went to ask for it. In the end, I was trapped in the restriction. If I hadn't been seriously injured, the restriction wouldn't have been able to trap me. Unfortunately, I didn't find the thing, but I was trapped in the restriction. I don't know how much time has passed. If you hadn't come, haha, I reckon I would have been trapped to death. Lei Xingfeng felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. He smiled bitterly and said, There's such a thing. Holy sh*t. Xing Feng said, So, when I saw it, how could I not laugh? I laughed to death. I found it just like that. It was so strange. Lei Xingfeng asked, But what is this? Is it worth it for you to go to such lengths? Xing Feng said, This is… how can I put it so that you can understand? Let me think. For a moment, he couldn't find the right words to describe it. After a long time, he said, This is an opening. Opening a restriction. To be precise, it's not a restriction, but a seal. This is something that can open a seal. With it, I can enter. Lei Xingfeng said, A key? Or something similar to a key. Xing Feng didn't understand and asked, What is a key? Lei Xingfeng finally understood. For cultivators, they didn't need a key. Whatever they had, they could just put it into their hidden Luan space. He probably didn't have the concept of a key. Nothing, I understand. But what can this thing open? Xing Feng said, It was the key to my advancement. What a pity, what a pity! Ha 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 ha, I came too late. He started to get excited again. The key to advancement. No wonder Xing Feng was going crazy. He searched for it his whole life, and in the end, he found it in despair. Lei Xingfeng thought that if it was him, he would probably go crazy too. Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly, waiting for his explanation. Xing Feng sat down and patted the ground, indicating Lei Xingfeng to sit down too. Lei Xingfeng sat down again. Xing Feng was so excited that he didn't want to sit down, so he could only stand. Xing Feng held the box and said, What is this? You must be very curious. Lei Xingfeng thought, Isn't this nonsense? Of course I'm curious. I'm dying of curiosity. He still didn't say anything and just nodded. Xing Feng said, This thing is called Thousand Thorns. It's something that opens an extreme place. With this thing, you can enter all kinds of extreme places. There are countless good things there. It's fine if it's just good things. The key is that extreme place. You can smoothly break through the bottleneck. I want to go to the fantasy sky realm. With this thing I can enter. Lei Xingfeng said, What is the fantasy sky realm? Xing Feng said, The fantasy sky realm is not a thing. The fantasy sky realm is a place. In this world, there are many mysterious places, such as the ice realm, the mirror realm, the dark realm, the fantasy sky realm, and the fire realm. As he said this, he looked up at Lei Xingfeng and said, If you can find the thunder realm, it will also be very beneficial to you. When Xing Feng mentioned the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng's heart beat fiercely. Then, when he heard the thunder realm, his heart beat even faster. He said, Thunder realm? Fantasy sky realm? Xing Feng said, The fantasy sky realm is beneficial to all cultivators. The thunder realm is also beneficial to cultivators of the thunder element. Lei Xingfeng said, Senior, if you go to the extreme realm of your element, will it be beneficial to you as well? Xingfeng said, I don't need it anymore. The fantasy sky realm is what I want. Unfortunately, it's too late. Lei Xingfeng said, It doesn't matter if it's too late or not. If you don't go, how will you know the effect? Xingfeng lowered his head and thought carefully. He suddenly smiled and said, Yes, if you don't go, how will you know it won't be effective? Very well, since I got the 100,000 thorns, I will go no matter what. You come with me. 100,000 thorns can let 3 people in. I will take you in. Then, Xingfeng said, After entering the fantasy sky realm, I will return the 100,000 thorns to you. Whether it's useful or not, it's enough for me to go once. Lei Xingfeng was delighted. This kind of treasure, the more the better. If he kept it in his hand, if he encountered an extreme realm in the future, he could also enter it. Go to the fantasy sky realm first? Xingfeng nodded and said, Go to the fantasy sky realm first, then go back. When he said go back, he probably meant go home. Lei Xingfeng understood that the so-called go back was definitely not going back to his home. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Okay, let's go to the fantasy sky realm first. I am really curious about it. Xingfeng didn't say that the fantasy sky realm was extremely dangerous. He felt that even if it was dangerous, the two of them were enough to deal with it. If it wasn't for their preparations, they wouldn't have gone crazy and exterminated a sect for the 100,000 thorns. In the end, they didn't get the 100,000 thorns and suffered a great loss in a sect that he didn't think was anything special. In this world, it was too difficult to steal things. Everyone had a hidden Luan space. Once you died, you would lose everything. Maybe after thousands of years, a hidden Luan space would appear in this world, but who would have the time to wait? Therefore, robbing was the most useless thing. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would think of robbing. Threats and temptations were the methods of cultivators. If one wanted something, the best way was to make a deal or to threaten and coerce. This was the most effective way. If one wanted to kill, rob, it would most likely be impossible to get what one wanted. However, even if one threatened and coerced, it might not necessarily succeed. Just like Xingfeng in the past, when he threatened to destroy a sect, the other party would rather die than submit. In the end, both sides would suffer. One side would be destroyed, while the other side would be trapped to death. Lei Xingfeng said, Where is the fantasy sky realm? Oh right, where are these extreme realms? Do we need to find them slowly? Xingfeng said, No, the extreme realms are all gathered in the center of the starry sky. That place is the cruelest, and there are a lot of resources there. At the same time, there are countless experts, ferocious beasts, and a lot of high-level alien experts. Well, if you don't have a certain level of strength, you shouldn't go there, unless you are accompanied by an expert. Lei Xingfeng said, Is it very dangerous? Xingfeng said, Of course. However, there are clear rules that humans are not allowed to kill each other. However, in the wild, who cares? Those who deserve to be killed will be killed. Lei Xingfeng said, Wild? Does that mean there's a human settlement here? Xingfeng said, Of course there are. It's a place for experts. No matter if it's humans, aliens, or beasts, they all have their own gathering places. Lei Xingfeng asked, What continent is it? Xingfeng said, It's not a continent. We call it the Great Crack or the Crack of Death. Lei Xingfeng couldn't believe what kind of place it was. He asked, Is it far from here? Xingfeng said, It's not far, but it's not near either. It'll take about 2 years to get there from here. Xingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. So far. Xingfeng said, It's already very close. If we can find a large portal, we can save a lot of time. However, I don't think there are any in this area. Lei Xingfeng asked, Do these experts all have the 1,000 thorns? Xingfeng said, The 1,000 thorns are mostly in the hands of the truly powerful ones. Well, there are quite a lot of them. I don't know if they're made or natural. No one knows. Anyway, there are quite a lot of people who can enter the fantasy sky realm. I thought it would be easy to get the 1,000 thorns, but I was a bit unlucky. Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood. Xingfeng probably thought too highly of himself, which was why he was so miserable. He said, "In other words, it's not hard to get the 1,000 thorns?" Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Indeed. Actually, even if you can't obtain it, you can use some good materials, high-grade materials, to exchange for a chance to enter. You should know that 100,000 thorns can bring 3 people in." Chapter 7:13. Lei Xingfeng said, "Then why did you?" Your luck is really bad." Xingfeng sighed. "It's because it's not hard to get, that's why I was careless. The price is really high, mainly because I want to enter the fantasy sky realm alone. If I don't have my own 1,000 thorns, it will be inconvenient." Lei Xingfeng was completely speechless. This guy wasn't just unlucky, he was really unlucky. "How do you use this thing?" Xingfeng said, "It can't be used here. You have to go to the crack to use it. In fact, it's just channeling your own yin force in. Of course, you have to be at least as strong as you to use it. In other words, only cultivators at the monarch level and above could use the 1,000 thorns. If Lei Xingfeng hadn't advanced by a huge level with Xingfeng's guidance, even if he had obtained the 1,000 thorns, he wouldn't have been able to use it. Now, he could use the 1,000 thorns. This was the benefit of having strength, and this was also the benefit of going out to explore. If he continued to stay in the Ming-Zhe alliance, it would be wishful thinking to advance to the monarch level. If his foundation was wrong at the beginning, or if his foundation was crooked, it would be extremely difficult to advance. However, once his foundation was solid, advancing wasn't difficult at all. Lei Xingfeng already had a deep understanding of this. Originally, advancing to the Dao monarch level was already very difficult, and he had used up countless materials. However, after finding the right path, Lei Xingfeng climbed to an unimaginable height in a short period of time. Monarch level, even a beginner monarch, was extremely terrifying. When he left his hometown, there were so many mystic realm cultivators. However, only a few of them were successful. Most of them died on the way, and a few lucky ones were drowned in the continent outside the region. It could be said that Lei Xingfeng's luck was extremely good. There was probably no one who could compare to him. From a beginner cultivator, he climbed to the monarch level. Lei Xingfeng was very clear-headed. Although he climbed to the monarch level, he still lacked a lot. He needed to slowly accumulate and learn. After knowing some of the drawbacks of fighting with his true body, such as the possibility of being destroyed, he felt that he needed a powerful weapon. Sword seal recultivation, or discarding the original sword seal, refining a new sword seal was right in front of him. If he didn't want to fight with his true body, then he would have to fight with a powerful weapon. Countless ideas swirled in his mind. Originally, the sword seal was just a weapon that relied on Lei Yin to manifest. It involved high-grade materials and certain restrictions. In the past, he didn't have a thorough understanding of restrictions. Now, through the natural restrictions, he had a very deep understanding of restrictions. Furthermore, he had his own ideas. Using restrictions in the sword seal, other than the power of the weapon itself, he also wanted to manifest some of the power of the restrictions through the sword seal. Once this sword seal was successfully refined, Lei Xingfeng knew that his strength would really rise to a new height. He was sure that it would definitely be more powerful than his true body. This sword seal was what he needed. In 2 years, Lei Xingfeng thought it through. He had to refine his sword seal during the 2 years on the road. Fortunately, he had made a fortune this time. Although he had used up most of the materials during his advancement, he had obtained a lot of materials after Xingfeng had destroyed the 2 of them. In addition, he had also obtained a gold-grade astral beast. It was important to know that gold-grade astral beast's bones were excellent materials for refining sword seals. The main body of the sword seal could be made from gold-grade astral beast's bones. Lei Xingfeng said, "Senior, I want to refine my own weapon." Xing Feng asked, "What weapon?" He asked with great interest. Lei Xingfeng said, "Sword seal." Xing Feng thought for a while before he understood. He said, "This is a very ancient weapon. No one has made it for a long time. Why do you still want to refine a sword seal?" Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He had never thought that the sword seal had long been obsolete. He asked, "Then what kind of weapons are popular now?" Xing Feng said, "There are all kinds of weapons. However, most of the high-level cultivators will use their true bodies. Do you want to know why?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Why?" Xing Feng said, "The seal that one cultivates is the biggest foundation for cultivation. You should know this very well." Seeing Lei Xingfeng nod, Xing Feng continued, "If the power of the seal is reflected, it will be in the true body. You should know that the seal and the true body are two sides of the same coin. To increase the power of the true body is to increase the power of the seal. The two complement each other. However, weapons don't have this function. Therefore, high-level cultivators would rather use all the available materials to refine the seal and increase the power of the true body. They don't want to waste their energy on weapons. This is not only a waste of time, but also a waste of resources." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, he knew the relationship between the seal and the true body. However, he had never thought that the relationship between the seal and the true body would be like this. To improve the seal was to improve the true body. To improve the strength of the true body was to improve the quality of the seal. Xing Feng continued, "Of course, only using the true body to fight is not enough. If the true body can be used as a weapon, it can indeed increase the strength. However, for ancient weapons like the sword seal, how many people can refine it? Just the seal required by the sword seal is enough to stop most of the high-level cultivators." "I see. No wonder. Since you are proficient in the seal, you can refine the sword seal. As for the effect, I am not sure. Maybe it can increase your strength, or maybe it will waste a lot of resources. It depends on your choice. I can't control it." Xing Feng didn't care what kind of weapon Lei Xingfeng was going to refine. For him, the fantasy sky realm was more attractive. As long as he didn't delay going there, Lei Xingfeng could do whatever he wanted. Lei Xingfeng hesitated. "Can I stay in some suitable continents for a while?" He understood that when refining the sword seal, it was impossible to use a short time. Sometimes it would take a long time to complete a step. Xing Feng said, "Impossible. When I have to go, I will go. I have no interest in staying in some continent for many days." Lei Xingfeng rubbed his nose. He thought for a while and said, "I won't ask for it often. Only a few times will I need to stay longer. Otherwise, it will be up to you. What do you think?" He didn't want to give up hope, especially since the road ahead was long. He had to find something to do, especially when it was related to increasing his strength. He was even more unwilling to give up. Xing Feng thought for a while and said, "All right, you can arrange it yourself. I will give you 3 chances. Other than these 3 chances, you have to follow me and listen to my orders." Lei Xingfeng calculated for a while and said, "At least 4 chances. Give me one more chance. I have 4 components, so I need more time." Xing Feng said impatiently, Okay. I will give you 4 chances. You are so troublesome. Let's go." Lei Xingfeng was immediately overjoyed as he followed Xing Feng into the secret door. Along the way, Lei Xingfeng seized every moment to refine the sword seal in his heart. Of course, it was mainly made of thunder-attributed materials and countless restrictions. He had repeatedly tested these restrictions before adding them into the sword seal. In the beginning, Lei Xingfeng was refining the main body of the sword seal. This had nothing to do with swords. To Lei Xingfeng, no matter if it was a sword or a saber, these cold weapons were meaningless. The sword seal didn't rely on its sharp edge to injure people. Instead, it relied on Lei Yin's strength and the restrictions in the sword seal. Therefore, the sword seal he refined didn't have the shape of a sword. The sword seal didn't have the shape of a sword. To be precise, it looked more like a gold star beast. Of course, this was just a rough shape. Lei Xingfeng planned to use the bones of a gold star beast to build the main body of the sword seal. He also added a lot of materials from the thunder star beast. All kinds of materials disappeared into the sword seal like flowing water. All kinds of restrictions were combined into the sword seal. In a certain continent, Lei Xingfeng proposed to stay for 10 days for the first time. This was the initial formation of the sword seal. He needed time to polish it. Xingfeng was actually very curious. He wanted to see what this sword seal would look like. Although he didn't think much of it, he didn't object to Lei Xingfeng refining it. Sitting on a vast grassland, Xingfeng watched Lei Xingfeng peel the skin and bones of the gold star beast. The skin and flesh of the gold star beast were extremely tough. Even with Lei Xingfeng's strength, it was still very difficult for him. If he hadn't reached the monarch rank, he probably wouldn't even be able to cut open the skin of the gold star beast. Lei Xingfeng muttered as he peeled the skin, "This meat probably can't be eaten. It's too damn tough. It's been dead for so long, but it's still so tough. As expected of a gold star beast." Xingfeng looked for a moment and said, "Idiot, even if you have 10 days, you won't be able to peel this gold star beast clean." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Then what should I do? I thought it would be easy. I didn't expect it to be so difficult." Xingfeng said, "It's very simple. Just burn it with a deviant fire. Anyway, you just need to leave the bones and skin. As for the meat, it's useless even if you keep it. The meat of the gold star beast can't be eaten." Lei Xingfeng had quite a few deviant fires and many varieties. However, he understood what Xingfeng meant. He said, "All right, I'll burn it then." As he spoke, he started to set up a restriction. The restriction's core was made with a deviant fire. This way, he could really burn the meat of the gold star beast clean. After all, this thing was too big. Creating a flame restriction was definitely a piece of cake for Lei Xingfeng. Ever since he saw natural restrictions and worked hard to collect and learn, his knowledge of restrictions was comparable to the restriction grandmasters of the Ming-Zhe Alliance. He used less than half an hour to create a simple flame restriction. He set it up on the ground and placed the gold star beast in place. He activated the restriction. Instantly, countless flames flowed through the cut and burned into the body of the star beast. It was as though the flames were alive and focused on burning the meat. They didn't touch anything else. Xingfeng's mouth opened wide in shock. He was also shocked by Lei Xingfeng's restriction. This restriction was unbelievable. Chapter 7:14. The flame was extremely strange. It could only be formed by a seal. The core of the seal was the strange flame. Lei Xingfeng had obtained a lot of strange flames in the Ming-Zhe Alliance, and he had kept them all. They were excellent materials for making seals, and he did not dare to waste any of them. A faint smell of meat spread out. Xingfeng could not help but say, "Damn, this smell is making me hungry." Lei Xingfeng controlled the seal and said, "Wait for a while. After burning the meat of the gold star beast, I will make something to eat." Then, he continued to control the flame and burned the star beast's meat. Soon, the smell of burning spread out. Then, he saw wisps of black smoke rising, and gradually, the smell disappeared. Xingfeng said, "The control of the flame is too good. It is much better than fire element cultivators." He was a knowledgeable person. Of course, he could tell that this flame was different. After about 2 hours, Lei Xingfeng quickly extinguished the flame and removed the seal. He carefully put away the strange flame that was used as the seal's core. Then, he peeled off the skin of the gold star beast and saw a pile of dark red crystals. Xing Feng jumped up and came to the side of the gold star beast. This originally plump star beast was now only skin and bones, long meridians, and the red crystals scattered inside. Each of these dark red crystals was the size of an egg. Xing Feng took one out and said in surprise, "Huh? Essence blood crystal? It is really essence blood crystal. How did you do it?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I controlled the flame and removed the impurities. What is left is naturally the essence." Xing Feng said, "This is good stuff. It can be used to strengthen the seal and the true body. We can split it equally." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "You still have a gold star beast. Do you want to do this again?" Xing Feng smiled and said, "Of course this is necessary. I didn't expect it to be so good. The essence blood of a star beast is the hardest to purify. I didn't expect you to be able to do it to this extent. It can directly strengthen the true body. This thing can be traded for many good things." A single gold-grade star beast had contributed tens of thousands of blood essence crystals. However, Xing Feng did not take the crystals that Lei Xingfeng had refined. Instead, he released the gold-grade star beast and asked Lei Xingfeng to refine them again. Lei Xingfeng did not decline and rearranged the restrictions. To be honest, although he was not very happy, this unexpected gain still made him very happy. After burning Xing Feng's gold star beast and obtaining a large number of essence blood crystals, both of them were very happy. Xing Feng even expressed that he would give Lei Xingfeng a few more chances in the future. In other words, Lei Xingfeng would no longer control the time to refine the sword seal. The two put away the essence blood crystals. Xing Feng also put away the remaining skin and bones of the gold-grade star beast. Then, he continued to watch Lei Xingfeng refine the sword seal. Lei Xingfeng cleared out a large space and placed the gold-grade star beast properly. The skin, bones, and tendons were placed on one side. Then, he started to refine and lay restrictions on the bones. There was a total of 900 pieces of the gold-grade star beast's bones. After removing some small bones that were not very useful and some unimportant bones, there were about 600 bones left. Every bone was engraved with restrictions. At the same time, Xiao Chen used some lightning-attributed materials to repair them. After all, the gold-grade star beast was not a lightning-attributed star beast. Since Xiao Chen wanted a lightning-attributed sword seal, lightning-attributed materials were indispensable. Xiao Chen used all sorts of lightning-attributed materials. Just the connection restrictions between the bones cost Lei Xingfeng a lot of good materials. Of course, Lei Xingfeng did not feel the pinch. The materials were good when used. If he did not use them, they would just be decorations. Hence, he kept taking out all sorts of materials to refine the sword seal. The connection between the bones was to maintain the original strong internal structure of the gold-grade star beast. As for the lightning-attributed materials, they formed lightning-attributed restrictions. This was the weapon that Lei Xingfeng would use to attack. Of course, he had to use the restrictions that he was most familiar with, the strongest and the easiest to control. Hence, the most basic and most powerful attacks were related to lightning-attributed energy. As for the other restrictions, Lei Xingfeng did not consider them for now. However, he would place them in the sword seal sooner or later. Right now, he was only laying the foundation of the lightning-attributed sword seal. He did not have to think too much about it for now. He just needed to leave enough space. Overall, Lei Xingfeng had set up a body-sized thunder-killing array. This thunder-killing array had been completely improved. Many useless restrictions were discarded and Lei Xingfeng had used many restriction techniques that he had experimented with. The thunder-killing array was only the most basic restriction in the sword seal. At this time, he had to set it up. When he had time in the future, Lei Xingfeng would upgrade it to a serial thunder-killing array. In addition to the thunder-killing array, he also placed some restriction-killing arrays of other attributes, such as the fire-killing array and the ice-killing array. However, they could not be activated at the same time. Every bone had to be refined. Fortunately, the quality of the gold-grade star beast was excellent. Moreover, it was an adult star beast. There were relatively few impurities in its bones. After being tempered by thunder and lightning, every bone was crystal clear. It took him more than 40 days to set up the restrictions and temper the bones. Fortunately, after Xing Feng obtained the blood essence of the gold-grade star beast, he did not urge Lei Xingfeng to leave. He sat on the side and watched quietly with a thoughtful look. In fact, Xing Feng's heart was already in turmoil. Only now did he understand that a restriction master could forge his own weapon in this way. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He did not spend any effort on restrictions. If he was proficient in restrictions, he would not have been trapped to death. If he was proficient in restrictions, his strength would probably be greatly improved. He kept saying that it was a pity. As Lei Xingfeng continued to refine the sword, Xing Feng gradually got some clues. He kept asking about the situation. For example, he asked what restrictions were placed on the bones. When he learned that there were restrictions of thunder, fire, ice, gold, and even illusion, he was very surprised. He knew that the power of restrictions was already very frightening. Lei Xingfeng knew that time was tight. Therefore, the first step was to make the embryonic form of the sword seal. This was the most basic, and also the most time-consuming step. As long as the embryonic form was completed, he could make use of the remaining time to refine the sword seal. When the entire sword seal was formed, which was the initial form, Lei Xingfeng's sword seal looked more like a skeleton zombie. It was completely formed from the bones of the gold-grade star beast. Could even run on the ground. Xing Feng was dumbfounded. He said in surprise, "This is your sword seal? Why do I feel that it's a skeleton?" Lei Xingfeng said, "This is the framework. If I want to refine a complete sword seal, this is the first step." The first step. Although he admitted that this was a skeleton, he felt that Xing Feng was ignorant and incompetent. This skeleton was the skeleton of the sword seal. After the refinement was completed, this skeleton would be covered with a jacket. As for what kind of jacket it would be, he had not thought of it yet. Finally, he placed a storage restriction on the skeleton to store it in Lei Yin. The sword seal depended on Lei Yin. If it could not be stored in Lei Yin, it could not be called a sword seal. After releasing Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng was a little worried. However, he believed that Xing Feng would not attack him. After all, along the way, Xing Feng's hostility towards him had almost disappeared. He released Lei Yin and did not look at Xing Feng. He focused on storing the sword seal's framework. Xing Feng did not have any thoughts of attacking Lei Xingfeng and Lei Yin. He only looked at them curiously. When he saw Lei Xingfeng release Lei Yin, he nodded inwardly. This meant that Lei Xingfeng was not on guard against him. After more than 40 days of refinement, the entire sword seal's framework was completed. Of course, this was only the most basic part. It would take a long time to refine. If he wanted to complete it, there was still a lot of work to be done. The current step was also very crucial. Only by successfully storing it in Lei Yin would he be able to proceed to the next step. Lei Yin was suspended above the skeleton. Traces of thunder began to brew. After a long while, streaks of thunder struck the skeleton. The thunder rumbled unceasingly. The glaring thunder emitted a dazzling brilliance. It was like an upside-down tree. Thick bolts of thunder were emitted. They quickly forked and struck the skeleton. Crackling sounds could be heard. Under the refinement of the thunder, the huge skeleton emitted a dazzling light. Countless impurities were disintegrated, leaving behind only the essence. A sparkling and translucent skeleton was gradually formed. Its size was also gradually shrinking. The skeleton that was originally 100 meters long gradually shrank to 70 to 80 meters. No matter how much thunder was used to refine it, it no longer shrank. This was the transformation process of the main body. Lei Xingfeng increased the power once again. Lei Yin released a large amount of thunder. Fortunately, he now had enough energy. Ever since he learned Professor Xing Feng's method of refining crystals, he no longer lacked energy crystals. The last time he obtained a lot of energy crystals, he could freely squander them. That's right, squander them. In the past, he would feel reluctant to use an energy crystal. But now, he did not care at all. Even if it was a waste, he would not feel reluctant. Consuming a large amount of energy crystals gave Lei Yin sufficient energy. The refinement was more thorough, and the purification was more smooth. Lei Xingfeng did not test the basic restrictions that he had set up. Instead, he wholeheartedly started to absorb the entire skeleton. The thunder gradually dissipated. Under Lei Yin's control, the skeleton gradually floated up. With a cracking sound, the entire skeleton started to compact. Another bolt of thunder came. This time, it was not to refine the skeleton. Instead, it was to clean up the soil and gravel stuck to the skeleton. The entire skeleton started to shrink rapidly. From 70 to 80 meters long, it shrunk to only a few meters long. The originally thick skeleton now looked small and exquisite. After shrinking, the entire skeleton actually glowed with a golden light. Xing Feng was extremely envious. This wasn't a weapon at all. It was more like a piece of art. It was extremely beautiful. Even the skeleton of a gold star beast made him feel a little threatened. This made Xing Feng start to change his previous view of the sword seal. Sword seal might be a very good weapon. Putting aside Xing Feng, Lei Xingfeng was about to enter the final step of the absorption. He would activate the absorption restriction and force the skeleton into Lei Yin. This absorption restriction would be completely useless after one use. Once it was absorbed into Lei Yin would completely assimilate the skeleton. In other words, the sword seal would become a part of Lei Yin. At that time, it would no longer matter if there was an absorption restriction or not. Chapter 7:15. After a while, the entire skeleton shrunk to 1 foot and gradually approached Lei Yin. At this time, Lei Xingfeng could do nothing but watch Lei Yin operate on its own and absorb the skeleton. Once it succeeded, the foundation of the sword seal would be laid. Xing Feng also realized that this was a crucial moment, so he stared at the skeleton. He wanted to see if he could absorb such a huge skeleton into Lei Yin. Lei Yin had long been able to adjust itself, so Lei Yin was also changing. At the same time, it sent out a signal that it needed energy. This was a very strange feeling, so Lei Xingfeng immediately understood. He started to collect a large number of energy blocks in the hidden Luan space, and threw them directly to Lei Yin for Lei Yin to absorb quickly. Soon, the lightning stamp was filled with energy. Large balls of lightning fell from the lightning stamp and quickly wrapped around the skeleton. The light was so bright that it was almost blinding. Xing Feng narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the lightning disappeared. Then, he saw a Lei Yin circling in the air and quickly landing on Lei Xingfeng's head. Lei Xingfeng let out a long sigh and said, "I was lucky." Others might not know, but he knew that if it were not for so many energy blocks, he would definitely not be able to absorb the skeleton of a gold star beast. This thing was simply a huge energy user. Xing Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng's face was full of excitement. He said, "It's done. I didn't expect to need so much energy. I almost screwed it up." Xing Feng also reacted. He said, "I see." Lei Xingfeng could not continue refining the sword seal for the time being. He had to nurture the sword seal for a period of time. It might take 10 days or dozens of days. This was not something he could control. What he had to do was to continuously supply the sword seal with energy so that Lei Yin could maintain the highest vitality. This way, the sword seal could better fit Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "It's fine for now. We can hurry and make up for the delay." Xing Feng nodded and said, "There are many ways to run. This distance is not short. We have to cross several hundred continents." Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's take it slow. We'll reach our destination eventually. Only then did Xing Feng open the secret door and leave with Lei Xingfeng. 2 months later, Xing Feng and Lei Xingfeng stopped at a new continent. Lei Xingfeng said, "I can forge sword seals again." Actually, Xing Feng was also very tired after running all the way. She wanted to find a place to rest. This continent was not bad. Although it was a little desolate, there were still animals and plants. Looking around, there were some moving animals on the sparse trees and grass. The two of them flew for some distance before they found a bend in the river and landed. Xing Feng said, "Let's go here." Lei Xingfeng was busy with the barbecue. He took out all kinds of food and hurried on. The two of them basically didn't eat anything except for drinking water and eating some dry food. According to Lei Xingfeng's words, it was tasteless. Xing Feng was very satisfied with Lei Xingfeng's cooking. Originally, he ate very little, but under the influence of Lei Xingfeng, once he started eating, he wouldn't stop until he had his fill. After a meal, their mouths were full of oil. Xing Feng sat by the river bank with satisfaction and said, "Hurry up and leave when you're done." Lei Xingfeng nodded and ran to the side. He found an open space and cleared the weeds and trees on the ground. After leveling the ground, he let out Lei Yin. Xing Feng stood up and walked over. He was actually very interested in the sword seal. After the last refinement, he vaguely felt that this sword seal was definitely not simple. However, he was also depressed in his heart. Why didn't anyone pay attention to the sword seal before? It wasn't that he didn't pay attention to it, but that no one paid attention to it. Basically, no one knew how to refine the sword seal. He thought that Lei Xingfeng should be proficient in refining the sword seal. Therefore, he observed carefully. Even if he couldn't learn it, he had a real understanding of the sword seal. This world was very big. Who knew who had this kind of weapon? The deeper his understanding of the sword seal, the better he could deal with the attack of the sword seal in the future. Of course, Xing Feng wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Therefore, he walked to Lei Xingfeng's side and sat down cross-legged. He said, "I'm just looking. You can do whatever you want." Lei Xingfeng wouldn't stop Xing Feng. He couldn't stop Xing Feng from looking. He said, "Senior, just look. Also, help me watch the surrounding animals. Don't let them come in and disturb me." Xing Feng nodded and said, "No problem." The small animals here weren't a threat at all. The reason why he said this was mainly because he cared about Xing Feng's reputation. Since he needed Xing Feng's help to drive the animals away, he could do it openly. In this aspect, Lei Xingfeng had formed a habit in his previous life. This made Xing Feng feel very comfortable. When he took out the skeleton again, Xing Feng was immediately shocked. The entire skeleton was very different from when he first entered it. The original faint gold color was much deeper now. It was still gold, but there were silver veins on the gold. When the skeleton expanded and landed on the ground, it returned to its original size of 70 to 80 meters. The huge skeleton stood upright on the ground. Although it was just a skeleton, its power was as if the gold star beast was still alive. Its aura was even stronger. Xing Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Good guy." This thing was full of murderous aura and had a strange kind of beauty. In any case, it gave people the impression that it wasn't to be trifled with. The golden skeleton gave people a tough feeling, but it also gave people a gloomy feeling. Lei Xingfeng looked at it with satisfaction and couldn't help but laugh. It was no wonder that he was so proud. In fact, he didn't know what would happen after this thing was refined. So far, he was very satisfied. Of course, this was only the most basic structure. There was still a lot of work to be done. When the refinement was completed, he didn't know how much time and materials it would take. Lei Xingfeng repaired the veins on the skeleton and tried to activate the restrictions that were originally set up. He said with satisfaction, "It's unexpectedly good." Xing Feng asked curiously, "What's the next step?" Lei Xingfeng said, "This is the basic structure. It is built according to the framework of a gold star beast. Since this is the case, it needs to be strengthened. If this thing doesn't even have the strength of a gold star beast, then there is no need to refine it. At the very least, it needs to have the original strength. This is also the most basic requirement. Xingfeng said, "You are quite ambitious. A gold star beast is also a kind of star beast that is difficult to deal with. Well, I do hope that you can refine a sword seal with extraordinary strength." Lei Xingfeng smiled but didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't have much confidence. In the past, he obtained a sword seal and modified it repeatedly. At the beginning, its strength was quite good. However, as his strength increased, the fire attribute sword seal couldn't be used anymore. It was basically abandoned. Later on, he dismantled it and obtained the materials inside. At that time, he used a lot of good materials to strengthen it. Due to the different attributes, that sword seal didn't have any potential. If Lei Xingfeng wasn't proficient in restrictions, it would be very difficult for him to refine a sword seal. Even if he succeeded, the power would definitely disappoint him. Not only would it take a lot of time and materials, it wouldn't achieve the desired effect. But now it was completely different. With the profound knowledge of restrictions, once it was combined with the sword seal, even he couldn't estimate the effect. At present, even Xingfeng was attracted by the sword seal's framework. He took out the tendons and veins of the gold star beast and the thunder star beast. He tempered both with thunder and lightning. Then, he mixed the tendons and veins together and embedded them in the spine. Then, he used the thunder stamp to absorb the entire sword mark. With the power of the thunder stamp, he merged the two together. Xingfeng smiled. "This is a good idea. You actually used the power of the seal to adjust it." Lei Xingfeng said, "This is the most reasonable way. Moreover, the fusion rate is the best." Xingfeng nodded. "Well, if you fuse it yourself, there will be all kinds of problems. Using the power of the seal is indeed a wise choice." "It is a good choice," Lei Xingfeng said. "I only gave you the general framework. Actually, it is Lei Yin who is actually refining the sword seal. This is just my speculation. After all, a cultivator can't do everything. No matter how you refine it yourself, there will always be things you can't think of. However, if you use Lei Yin to refine it, it will be completely different." Xingfeng said, "Is there any trick?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yes, there is." Xingfeng said, "Let's hear it." Lei Xingfeng said, "The foundation is very important. The design from the beginning is also very important. If the design is right, even if there is a small flaw, it is not scary. Lei Yin's internal power can directly erase these flaws. However, if there is a mistake in the design from the beginning, then Lei Yin will continue to make a perfect mistake until you use the sword seal. Well, that will be scary." Xingfeng said, "Will it kill you?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Not necessarily, but it will be close. If there is a problem with the sword seal during the battle, this problem will probably affect your life." Xingfeng said, "Indeed, this sword seal is not that easy to make. It is similar to the real body. If you don't condense the real body correctly, there will be a lot of hidden dangers." Lei Xingfeng said, "Until now, I feel that the foundation of my sword seal is very good. I should not go astray. Of course, I will have to go through a lot of battles in the future to test it." Xingfeng said, "If the refining is good and the effect is good, I will be able to refine my own sword seal in the future. At that time, I will need your help." Lei Xingfeng said straightforwardly, "No problem." Although Xingfeng said so, he would not really refine his own sword seal before he saw the power of the sword seal. Now, he just left a sentence and asked Lei Xingfeng to make a promise. Lei Xingfeng did not care. After all, he had to wait until he finished refining his own sword seal before he could help Xingfeng. Moreover, most of the refining would be done by himself. He only needed to be responsible for a few words of advice. It was not troublesome at all. Why would he refuse? Soon, Lei Xingfeng entered the next step of refining. After this step was completed, the sword seal would have its own shape and not a skeleton of a star beast. Chapter 7:16. The first step of the sword seal was the structure. After this step was completed, it was just the most basic framework. Then, it was time to fill in the flesh. Of course, there was no flesh to fill in. Instead, it was to fill in the veins and put on a layer of skin. This layer of skin was also the skin of a gold star beast. However, Lei Xingfeng had to refine this layer of skin again. According to Lei Xingfeng's test, the skin of a gold star beast was extremely tough. If it was used to wrap the bones, it would have the effect of combining hardness and softness. If the restriction was added, this effect would be enhanced to the extreme. Lei Xingfeng had made use of the spare time to refine the skin of a star beast on the way here. However, it was still not enough. He had to refine it thoroughly. This refining was the key. It would take a longer time. He had to refine it together with the bones. After all, the two had to be combined together. Lei Xingfeng put the skin of the gold star beast on the bones again. Only then did he start the real refining. As the lightning struck, the skin of the star beast began to shrink and wrap around the bones. As time passed, the two slowly combined together. Xing Feng could not help but smile when he saw this. The skin stretched on the bones. Without the support of flesh, the originally plump gold star beast looked like a bag of bones. It looked extremely awkward. Lei Xingfeng did not mind. This was only the second step. The reason why he put on the skin was that this layer of skin could provide an extremely strong defense and make the body of the sword seal even sturdier. This was a very simple principle. A wooden hammer and an iron hammer were fundamentally different. After about 3 days, the skin of the star beast was completely attached to the bones. It was a living gold star beast. However, there was a problem with its appearance. This star beast looked like the kind that was starving. There was no flesh under the skin, only bones. Lei Xingfeng put the sword seal back into Lei Yin again, and continued to use Lei Yin to raise it. Xing Feng said, "What kind of sword seal is this? Isn't this the same as reviving a gold star beast? Even if it's slightly stronger than a gold star beast, it doesn't seem to be a big deal." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "It's still too early. This is just the basic refinement. There are still many ideas for the future. Let's experiment slowly." Actually, Xingfeng understood that even with such a sword seal, its strength was not bad. At the very least, Lei Xingfeng's strength would not be a problem to double. One must know that even with the strength of a gold-rank star beast, Lei Xingfeng's strength was not to be underestimated. The strength of a star beast was still enough to deal with a beginner or intermediate-level monarch rank expert. Xing Feng asked, "What kind of sword seal do you want?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know either. I just want to keep strengthening it until I can't find a way to strengthen the sword seal." Xing Feng asked, "How's the potential of your sword seal?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I can't say for sure how much potential it has. However, it shouldn't be a problem to double the strength of the sword seal. I can only experiment step by step." Xing Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. Doubling the strength of a star beast, this sword seal would be interesting. One must know that the sword seal was different from the true body. If the true body collapsed, the seal would be affected, but if the sword seal collapsed, the seal wouldn't be damaged. The seal was the foundation of a cultivator. If it didn't damage the foundation and still had such great strength, it made Xing Feng a little tempted. Actually, Lei Xingfeng's words were problematic. Not only did he speak conservatively, but he also deliberately minimized the potential strength of the sword seal. The sword seal didn't just have its own strength, it also had the power of the seal. When this power was combined with the sword seal, even Lei Xingfeng himself couldn't estimate the strength of the sword seal. He could only find out after Xing Feng pondered for a moment. Because his strength was too strong, twice the strength of a star beast wasn't enough to make him decide to refine the sword seal. However, he was definitely tempted. Using the true body would consume a lot of energy. With the sword seal, the consumption would be much less. This was the reason why he was tempted. As for the reason why he couldn't make up his mind, it was because even with twice the strength of a star beast, he still felt that it was too weak. Lei Xingfeng didn't say much. He couldn't say much because he didn't know the true strength of the sword seal. Before he tried it, everything was fake. For the time being, he couldn't continue refining the sword seal. After the sword seal was absorbed into Lei Yin, he needed to give Lei Yin some time to slowly digest the changes brought about by the sword seal. Of course, a large amount of energy was necessary. Up until now, the energy blocks in the hidden Luan space had already been used up. 1/3 of the energy blocks were used to refine the sword seal. If it didn't succeed, Lei Xingfeng's loss would be huge. It should be known that the energy blocks he obtained in the beginning were a huge fortune. Xingfeng said, "When can we use the sword seal?" Lei Xingfeng said, "This is the most basic version of the sword seal. When the sword seal is completely adapted to Lei Yin, we can test its strength." Xingfeng said, "Very good, I will test it myself then." What he meant was that he would be the target and let Lei Xingfeng use the sword seal to attack. This way, both sides would have a direct understanding of the sword seal and would be able to clearly understand the power of the sword seal. Lei Xingfeng said, "With the help of Senior, of course it would be better." These words were insincere. He didn't want to expose the strength of the sword seal in front of Xingfeng. However, he couldn't refuse and couldn't refuse. The smart thing to do was to immediately agree. Luckily, Xingfeng didn't see Lei Xingfeng's reluctance. Xingfeng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, let's continue on our way." A year later, Xingfeng and Lei Xingfeng had already traveled more than half of the way. During this year, other than traveling, Lei Xingfeng focused on refining his sword seal. Along the way, with his pair of eyes, he managed to dig up many good things. Because of this, Xingfeng also benefited a lot. One time, they even found a large energy vein, and the two of them stayed there for 30 days until the energy blocks they refined could no longer fit into their hidden Luan space. Only then did they leave the continent. However, no matter if it was Xingfeng or Xianfeng, they both kept the coordinates of the continent, as there were many energy veins in that continent. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in a rush, the two of them wouldn't have let it go. However, they still had to let it go. The hidden Luan space was already full. If they really left it behind, there would be no place to store the energy block. After continuously crossing continents for such a long time, Xingfeng was also very tired. About half a year later, Lei Xingfeng also tried to use his own hidden door to bring Xingfeng across continent. There was a technique to using the hidden door. At the same time, it also consumed a lot of energy. Because Lei Xingfeng had always relied on the mirror realm, he wasn't familiar with the use of the hidden door. However, under Xingfeng's guidance, he gradually learned how to use the hidden door. He learned all kinds of techniques, including finding continents, locating continents, and other methods. Lei Xingfeng benefited a lot. Now it was basically Xingfeng bringing Lei Xingfeng to different continents. Then, Lei Xingfeng would bring Xingfeng to different continents. Because some continents were far apart and some were relatively close to each other, the truly distant continents were all brought by Xingfeng. The closer continents were all left to Lei Xingfeng. The two of them opened the hidden door in different directions. This way they could travel faster. If Xingfeng were to travel alone, their speed would be much slower. No matter how strong a practitioner was, it would still be difficult for them to travel long distances. Not only would it exhaust their stamina, it would also exhaust their mental energy. The two of them opened the hidden door in different directions to avoid this problem. Lei Xingfeng's horizons were broadened. There were countless strange continents along the way. He even saw a continent that was purely made of water, a continent that was filled with flowing lava, and a continent that was filled with torrential rain and lightning. He even saw a continent that was filled with thunder and lightning. He even took the opportunity to cultivate for 10 days. After all, natural thunder and lightning were very rare. It was good to make use of it. During this time, the refinement of the sword seal was coming to an end. Various restrictions were used, various materials were consumed, and countless energy blocks were consumed. If he hadn't found an energy vein along the way, he wouldn't have had the confidence to complete the refinement. This thing actually consumed as much energy as Lei. The last time he used the lightning stamp and nurturing sword seal, Xianfeng spent around 20 days. During this period of time, other than continuously sending energy into the lightning stamp, there was nothing else he could do. Just like that, he waited for 20 days, and when he reached a continent, it was about time. Xingfeng had also been paying attention to Lei Xingfeng's sword seal. He and Lei Xingfeng had discussed many times. Some ideas were put forward by Xingfeng and tested by Lei Xingfeng. Although Xingfeng didn't know much about refining sword seals, the old man was a super expert after all. His understanding of things was much better than Lei Xingfeng's. Especially when it came to cultivation, Xingfeng's knowledge was extraordinary. Often, he would be able to enlighten Lei Xingfeng with just a few words. Lei Xingfeng was now very willing to communicate with Xingfeng. The term senior wasn't just for show. This guy was indeed worthy of being called a senior. Xingfeng said, "How is it? Has the sword seal been nurtured enough?" Using Lei Yin's sword nurturing seal was what Lei Xingfeng said, so Xingfeng followed suit. Moreover, using the word nurturing was indeed very appropriate. Lei Yin and the sword seal complemented each other. Not only could the sword seal increase its power, but so could the sword seal. This was because they mutually influenced each other. For Lei Xingfeng, this kind of formation mechanism was very mysterious. This world seemed to have some kind of law. Once it was in line, Lei Xingfeng didn't even have to do anything. Lei Yin and the sword seal's power would increase. This time, after nurturing it for 20 days, with Lei Xingfeng's experience, once the sword seal was released, its shape would certainly change. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "It's almost done. I think it's best to nurture it for a few more days. However, I can take it out now." Xingfeng said, Hurry up and take it out. I'm really curious. What will it look like this time?" Since knowing that Lei Yin's sword nurturing seal had a different shape every time it was released, Xingfeng was full of curiosity. Of course, Lei Xingfeng was also the same. He had to wait until the sword seal was released before he knew what it would look like after nurturing it. He was also very curious. Chapter 717. Lei Yin flew out. Instantly, Lei Xingfeng released the sword seal. The reason why he released Lei Yin was that the sword seal was still in the process of being refined. Once the refinement was completed, the sword seal could fly out directly. The appearance of the sword seal had already changed greatly. Since Lei Xingfeng always had thoughts of his previous life, these thoughts would affect Lei Yin. Therefore, the sword seal also changed accordingly. This thought could only be described with one word, sword. Therefore, the sword seal became long and narrow. From the beginning to the end, the golden star beast seemed to be squeezed from both sides. Its appearance was extremely strange. The color was still golden. This could not be changed casually because the golden star beast would have a golden color in the first place. Apart from the golden color, the original form of the golden star beast could not be seen on the sword seal. Especially after being modified by the restriction, the sword seal was surrounded by thunder and lightning, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. Lei Xingfeng said, "This form can be changed. At least, I can return to the original form of the golden star beast." Xingfeng asked, "What's the difference?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "The current form uses the power of thunder and lightning more. The original form can be used in a head-on battle. The strong body of the golden star beast can be used as an attack weapon. In fact, there was a third form, which was to turn the body into nothingness and use the restriction method on the sword seal. Lei Xingfeng did not mention this form. He did not want to reveal any of his trump cards to others. He always had to keep some of his trump cards. Xing Feng applauded and said, "Very good. Let's test it again this time." He had tested it before. Because the sword seal was only in the basic form, he was not satisfied with the result. He always felt that it was too weak. This time, the sword seal was almost completed. It was necessary to test it again. Lei Xingfeng did not refuse and said, "Okay. After I finish the last step, we can test it again." The so-called last step was the restriction at the end. He thought for a long time before he decided to use this restriction on the sword seal. It was a concealment restriction. Exhilarating didn't know if this restriction would be effective on the sword mark. After all, a concealment restriction was usually placed in a still state, only then would it have a good concealment effect. However, the sword mark was moving. After thinking for a long time and calculating, he felt that it should be of some use. Although he didn't expect it to completely conceal the sword mark, at least it could make people not notice it. This was a method he used to trick people. The refining process wasn't complicated. Exhilarating was already familiar with it. In less than 2 hours, Exhilarating had finished setting up the concealment restriction, but he didn't activate it. At the same time as the concealment restriction, there was also the integration restriction, which was used to compress the entire sword seal. This was the true final step. Although Xing Feng was strong and knowledgeable, he was still an idiot when it came to restrictions. Even if he stood at the side, he wouldn't know that Exhilarating had set up 2 restrictions. "Is it over?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Wait. Don't rush." Then, he put the sword seal back into Lei Yin. After all, he had just added 2 restrictions. Lei Yin needed time to adapt. Of course, it would take a very short time. About half an hour later, Lei Xingfeng released the sword seal again. This time, he only released the sword seal and did not release Lei Yin. Xing Feng was overjoyed. He said, come on, attack me." Then, he released his real body. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng could not breathe. That huge pressure made him completely understand how far he was from Xing Feng's strength. He said, "Senior, wait. I can't fight like this." Then, he released his real body. With the support of his real body, he could at least resist the pressure of his opponent. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to even stand. This guy was abnormally strong. Once he released his real body, Lei Xingfeng's aura also skyrocketed. He stood steadily in front of Xing Feng. At this time, he could hold the sword seal in his hand and fight. The huge sword seal combined with his real body. Of course, the size of the sword seal was about the same as Lei Xingfeng's real body. Holding the sword seal to fight was like a giant holding a golden object about the size of a human. It looked very frightening. Xing Feng punched and shouted, "Be careful!" He used 30% of his strength in this punch. Just 30% of his strength was enough to make Lei Xingfeng feel like he was facing a great enemy. He roared and smashed the huge sword seal. A dazzling halo spread out with a loud bang. In an instant, everything around was squeezed and exploded. This force was so huge that Lei Xingfeng could not stand. He kept retreating. Every step he took left a footprint that was a few meters deep on the ground. Xing Feng's body trembled violently. It was not that he could not block the attack of the sword seal, but the lightning on the sword seal had numbed him. Although it was only for a short time, it still shocked him. Exhilarating retreated a dozen steps before suddenly letting out a long roar, waving his gigantic sword as he pounced forward. This kind of close combat was something he was extremely proficient in, due to the experience he gained from hunting in his youth, as well as the battle techniques from his previous life. It was hard for him to use them in the past. However, after obtaining a true body, these techniques could be put to good use. With a sweep, the sword seal brought about a whistling gale. With a sharp whistling sound, the huge sword seal slashed horizontally. Xing Feng's fighting experience was also very powerful. Moreover, his strength was much higher than Lei Xingfeng's. If they were at the same level, Lei Xingfeng would not dare to take this attack head-on. However, Xing Feng only lifted his huge real body's foot and stomped down. Lei Xingfeng hurriedly pulled back his sword seal. He did not want to be stomped by Xing Feng. That was not a foot but a mountain. Boom! This stomp missed, and his entire foot sank into the ground. Xing Feng kicked with all his strength, causing the dirt and gravel on the ground to shoot out. Lei Xingfeng flipped his sword seal. Fortunately, the sword seal was extremely huge. When the dirt and gravel hit the side of the sword seal, the force of the dirt and gravel made him take a step back. Xing Feng chuckled. He did not use his full strength at all. Lei Xingfeng pushed his sword seal horizontally again. This time, Xing Feng did not use his foot, but punched out fiercely. Boom! Force met force. Lei Xingfeng's body was shaking. This time, Xing Feng used 40% of his strength. After retreating more than 10 steps, Lei Xingfeng knew that there was no hope for him to fight head-on. He was a bit hesitant about whether he should use the seal on his sword seal. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he threw it to the back of his head. He could not use the seal for now. He did not want to expose too many trump cards. After all, this was not a life-and-death battle. However, even if he could not use the seal, it did not mean that Lei Xingfeng did not have any other means. He retreated again and threw his sword seal over. Xing Feng was startled. He did not expect Lei Xingfeng to throw his sword seal over. In fact, he did not understand the true state of the sword seal. Using the sword seal with one's real body was only one way of fighting. Another way of fighting was to use the sword seal remotely to attack. In other words, the sword seal could be used for long-range attack. Xing Feng casually punched the incoming sword seal away. Fortunately, this sword seal was refined from a gold star beast. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand Xing Feng's attack. The moment the sword seal was knocked away, the entire sword seal's form changed drastically. It turned back into a gold star beast. The difference was that a gold star beast could not control thunder and lightning. However, the gold star beast formed by the sword seal was surrounded by countless electric currents. It roared and pounced over as though it was alive. Xing Feng clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Not bad. Good timing." He punched out continuously with both fists. The sword seal moved nimbly and avoided Xing Feng's direct attack. Under Lei Xingfeng's command, it looked for Xing Feng's weak points. When Lei Xingfeng let go of his sword seal, Xing Feng was surprised by the flexibility of the sword seal. It was so fast that he was caught unprepared. He tried to block it back and forth a few times, but he was still hit by the huge tail of the gold star beast formed by the sword seal. However, because he had drawn Xing Feng, Lei Xingfeng lost his desire to fight. This attack was the strongest attack that Lei Xingfeng had activated the sword seal. Xing Feng took it head-on and did not even bat an eyelid. Lei Xingfeng understood that the difference between the two of them was too big. There was no point in continuing the fight. After recalling the sword seal, Lei Xingfeng said, "There is no other way. Senior, you are too strong." He was sincerely praising Xing Feng. In this kind of head-on battle, he knew that once Xing Feng went all out, the sword seal would definitely be destroyed. Of course, if he used the seal, he might be able to fight, but he was not willing to expose the power of the seal. Xing Feng burst into laughter and said, "It's already very good. With your strength, the difference between using and not using the sword seal is huge. According to my estimation, your strength has not only increased by 1-fold, but even more." According to his estimation, if Lei Xingfeng used the sword seal, he would definitely be able to fight against a middle-class monarch rank cultivator and would not be at a disadvantage. Lei Xingfeng was very satisfied. Although fighting with Xing Feng made him feel hopeless, he believed that if it was another cultivator, he would not be so passive. Xing Feng said, "Is this the end? Can the power be increased?" Lei Xingfeng said, "The power increase. I do not have any ideas at the moment. However, there are still many areas of the sword seal that need to be polished and modified. After this battle, I can find some problems with the sword seal. I will slowly modify it in the future." Xing Feng was a little hesitant. He saw the huge potential of the sword seal. If he had a sword seal, would he be able to increase his strength? He did not expect to increase his strength by a lot. If he could increase his strength by a little, it would be a great thing. However, if he wanted to refine the sword seal, he would need Lei Xingfeng's help. Xing Feng had his own pride. If he wanted to ask Lei Xingfeng for help, he would not be able to say it. Furthermore, he did not want to use a gold star beast as the main body of the sword seal. He wanted to find an even stronger star beast to refine his own sword seal. After thinking for a while, Xing Feng said, "Young man, if I want to refine the sword seal, will you help?" Lei Xingfeng had already thought about this question. He said without hesitation, "No problem, I will definitely help." Xing Feng was overjoyed. He did not know that Lei Xingfeng had already thought about it. This was the correct answer. Chapter 718. Exhilarating Feng's thoughts were simple. At this moment, he definitely couldn't offend Xing Feng. He couldn't reject him. If he wanted to refine a sword mark, then he would help him. Not to mention how hard it would be, just to thank him for his guidance, he had to help. Xing Feng did not want to refine the sword seal immediately. He did not have the main material yet. Even if he wanted to, it was impossible. He said, "Okay, let's wait until we have the time and materials." Lei Xingfeng nodded. Since Xing Feng was not in a hurry, he was not in a hurry either. Xing Feng said, "We have to go all out." After refining the sword seal and improving his strength, Lei Xingfeng had nothing else to do. He said, "Okay, let's go as soon as possible." He was still fantasizing that he might be able to communicate with his mirror realm on the way. If that was the case, he could build his own stronghold. It was a pity that after so long, Exhilarating Feng still couldn't sense the mirror world. If it wasn't for the giant teleportation gate that cut off his connection with the mirror world, he wouldn't have been at such a loss. Now, he didn't know whether to hate Xing Feng or thank him. Without Xing Feng, he would not have been able to cultivate to this level. However, because of Xing Feng, he lost contact with his home and ran to this strange place. Forget it, why think so much? Lei Xingfeng shook his head hard. He had already accepted his fate. If he followed Xing Feng, at least he would not be lost in the vast starry sky. Lei Xingfeng did not care where he went. Since he could not find his home, he might as well follow Xing Feng. Perhaps his cultivation could improve further. He did not know what the end of cultivation in this world was. He guessed that Xing Feng did not know either. The only thought in his mind was to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to find his mirror world. Then, he would be able to return home. Lei Xingfeng followed Xing Feng into the secret gate. The Great Rift Land. This was the place Xing Feng wanted to go. After more than 500 days of traveling, Xing Feng and Lei Xingfeng finally arrived at the Great Rift Land. Exhilarating Feng already understood the name of this place. The so-called large crack wasn't a vertical one, but a horizontal one. The sky was made of rocks, the ground was also made of rock. Between the heaven and earth, the narrowest part was 1,000 meters while the widest part was 10,000 meters. The most interesting thing was that the heaven and earth had a suction force, as if there was an invisible dividing line in the middle. If one flew up or down, they would feel that the heaven and earth were the same when they reached the middle. The most amazing thing was that all kinds of plants grew on the other side of the Rift Land. Exhilarating Feng was completely confused the moment he entered this place. He couldn't differentiate between heaven and earth. No matter if he was walking or flying, Lei Xingfeng always felt confused. This feeling was really driving him crazy. The feeling of not being able to distinguish up from down made him feel awkward. Anyway, Lei Xingfeng stood on the ground with a strange expression. Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. He said, "At first you were not used to it. When you get used to it, you will know that there are many benefits here." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "What benefits?" Xingfeng said, "Discover it yourself. Grasp it yourself. What's the fun in telling you?" Lei Xingfeng looked at Xingfeng speechlessly. Discover it himself? How could he be better than Xingfeng? He smiled bitterly and said, "How do we get to the fantasy sky realm?" Xingfeng said, "Let's go to the cultivators area first. If we accidentally enter the area where outsiders and star beasts gather, we will be courting death. There are extremely powerful people guarding the area." He identified the direction and said, "Follow me. You have to remember the direction. Going the wrong way can be fatal." Lei Xingfeng followed Xingfeng and flew close to the ground. Soon, he saw a strange scene. There were floating rocks in the air. He immediately understood why there were such rocks. It was because there was a suction force between heaven and earth. When the suction force was balanced, some rocks would stabilize between heaven and earth and become floating rock. Some of the huge rocks were covered with vines, forming a strange scene. The vines were connected to heaven and earth. It looked very strange but also very beautiful. Countless birds flew close to the ground. Very few of them flew to the place where heaven and earth intersected. Once they did, they would be confused. Light came from all directions and was very strong. Therefore, the rift wasn't very humid. Gusts of wind blew past, giving people a refreshing feeling. Lei Xingfeng's eyes unconsciously emitted a silver light. This was his subconscious action. Just one glance was enough to scare him. There was definitely an abundance of resources. The flickering light almost blinded his eyes. "What the f***?" Xingfeng asked. "What's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Are there a lot of high-grade materials here?" Xingfeng said, "Of course there are. It's just that large-scale excavation is not allowed. No one will ask about the small amount." Lei Xingfeng didn't understand. "Why can't we excavate on a large scale?" Xingfeng pointed to the sky and then to the ground. He said, "It's a matter of balance. If you excavate too much, the balance between heaven and earth will be lost. It will collapse. Therefore, no matter who dares to excavate on a large scale, they will be hunted down by the three forces. Especially if they cause the sky to collapse, no one will be able to escape. They will be hunted down to the end." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. It will collapse? What will happen if it collapses?" Xingfeng said, "It will cause the entire rift to become unstable. No one knows if it will destroy the entire rift. This is something that no force can tolerate. You have to know that there are a lot of high-grade materials here that can't be found anywhere else." Lei Xingfeng didn't know what others were thinking, but he believed it. The dense light spots indicated that there were rich treasures here. Digging casually would probably yield a great harvest. There was no need for destructive excavation. Of course, if he didn't have good eyesight, it would be a difficult process. Because it couldn't be excavated on a large scale, it would limit the cultivator's means. This was Lei Xingfeng's heaven. He said, "I will come and excavate when I have time." Xingfeng said, "It's very chaotic here. One wrong move and you will be besieged. They are all high-grade cultivators. When they fight, you will know that it's not easy to survive here. There are too many experts." Lei Xingfeng said, "I will be careful." Xingfeng said, "Oh, we are almost there. Let's hurry up." The two of them increased their flying speed. After a short while, they saw a marvelous sight. Between heaven and earth, dozens of mountains were connected to each other, which meant that heaven and earth were connected. There were many huge arc-shaped cracks in the middle, and they could see large clusters of buildings above and below. It was simply spectacular to the extreme. Exhilarating was a bit dumbstruck. He wasn't the same as when he had just reincarnated. He could be said to be a knowledgeable expert. He had walked through countless continents and seen all kinds of strange sceneries, but this was the first time he had seen such a scene. The upper and lower mountains formed a very unique terrain. This mountain was actually circular, like a huge fortification. Naturally, it formed a space with the upper and lower mountains, like two bowls clasped together. Of course, it was just a little similar. Xing Feng said, "Let's go. We will find an uninhabited building." Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "Ah? There is such a good thing?" Xing Feng said, "This place has been built by countless high-level cultivators, accumulating countless buildings. Many people died in the end, leaving these buildings empty. Of course, there were also new cultivators who didn't want to live in other people's houses, so they built their own. Thus, countless buildings appeared. As time passed, many cultivators went missing, left, or died, and these buildings were taken advantage of by those who came later." Lei Xingfeng said, "No one cares about this place?" Xing Feng laughed, "Who cares? Who dares to? This is a loose alliance of human experts. As long as you follow a few basic rules, you will not be besieged. Of course, if you want to settle your personal grudges with a battle, you will have to leave this place. This area absolutely does not allow fighting." Lei Xingfeng said, "Afraid that the sky and the earth will collapse?" Xing Feng nodded, "Yes. It is not difficult to collapse the sky and the earth if the real body is released, especially for powerful experts." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, I understand. Shall we go in?" Xing Feng said, "Okay, let's go in and find a place to live." The two flew in. There was nothing blocking them, and they could not see anyone. They flew along the sides of the two inverted mountains. Lei Xingfeng could not help but ask, "Why is there no one here?" Xing Feng said, "There are very few people here. They all have their own things to do. They will not come out if there is nothing important. Don't worry about them. We will find a place to live." After flying in, Lei Xingfeng found that the space inside was extremely huge. There were buildings in the sky and on the ground. There were even people who built houses on huge floating rock. It was just that he did not know if there were people living in them. It was quiet all around. Only the sound of birds chirping could be heard from time to time. The plants here were extremely lush. There was basically no ground exposed. What entered his eyes was a sea of green. The sky and the ground were the same. He could see the roofs of some buildings, as if they were floating on the green sea. Xing Feng brought Exhilarating and flew for a distance before speaking. "Do you want to live in the sky or on the ground, or?" He pointed at a large rock not far away. On top of it was a wooden house. The roof wasn't facing the sky or the ground, it was built horizontally. According to Xing Feng, if a house was built on a floating rock, if it faced the sky and was slightly higher, the roof would fly off, and if it faced the ground, it would fall to the ground, thus it could only be built horizontally. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's live on the ground. I am used to it." Xing Feng said, "Actually, the ground and the sky feel the same. In the sky you see the ground. That is the sky." Chapter 719. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Let's just follow our habits and find a place to stay. To be honest, it's too awkward here." Xing Feng laughed and said, "It's always like this at the beginning. You'll get used to it. Haha." He seemed to be overjoyed. Every practitioner who came here would make a fool of themselves. Lei Xingfeng was already not bad. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "I'll get used to it. Actually, I don't dislike this place. The scenery is absolutely amazing. I've never seen such beautiful scenery before. It's really an eye-opener." Xing Feng said, "Scenery? Oh, it's nothing special." He had never been interested in scenery. Only people like Lei Xingfeng, who had memories of his previous life, would appreciate the unique scenery. Lei Xingfeng said, "There are houses over there. Shall we go over?" Xingfeng said. When we get close, we'll see if there are any restrictions. If there are restrictions, there are usually people. Lei Xingfeng nodded. He quickly saw that this was a residence with a simple restriction. This kind of simple restriction was an early warning restriction. Once it was touched, the people in the house would know that someone was coming. Therefore, there was no doubt that this building was inhabited. He immediately changed direction and continued to fly forward. Xingfeng followed him. He could also see this kind of extremely simple restriction and knew that there were people down there. After a short while, they found a few places. 2 of them were inhabited. Although the other 3 were empty, the houses were so dilapidated that they couldn't be inhabited. After flying for about 10 minutes, Lei Xingfeng quickly landed. He saw a wooden building erected on a huge ancient tree. It reminded him of the treehouse in Tiger Cliff Castle. It gave him a very familiar feeling. This treehouse didn't have any restrictions. The 2 landed on the platform of the treehouse. This treehouse was quite big. It had 2 floors. The upper floor had a platform and a room, and the lower floor had 2 rooms. The layout was picturesque and the construction was quite exquisite. There were beds and chairs in the treehouse, and there was even a thick animal skin carpet on the floor. However, both the bed and the animal skin carpet were covered with a thick layer of dust. It was obvious that no one had lived here for a long time, but it was well preserved. Lei Xingfeng personally set up a restriction array. According to the rules, they were not allowed to set up powerful restrictions. They were only allowed to set up simple warning restrictions. This was a rule that everyone followed, and Lei Xingfeng was no exception. He had learned a lot of taboos from Xingfeng, so he would not make a simple mistake. Xingfeng waved his sleeves, and a strong wind kicked up all the dust in the room. Then, he pushed the dust out of the room and cleaned it up a little. The entire room was tidied up. After Lei Xingfeng finished setting up the restriction, he returned to the room and asked, "When will we enter the fantasy sky realm?" Xingfeng smiled. "Why are you in such a hurry? There is a time limit for the fantasy sky realm to open. Normally, it will open once every 1 to 3 years. Wait for me. I will go out and find someone to see if I can find someone who knows the situation." Lei Xingfeng said, "I will go with you. On the way here, I saw a few houses with restrictions. There should be someone in the house. By the way, Senior, is there anyone you know here?" Xingfeng said, "There is no one. Even if there is, it has been so long. They have either left or died. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's go and find someone to ask." Lei Xingfeng thought about it and agreed. Xingfeng had been trapped for so long. Even if there was someone he knew, they would not have run away. It was impossible for them to stay here forever. The 2 soon arrived at a house with restrictions. Xingfeng pulled Lei Xingfeng and said, "Don't break in." Lei Xingfeng said, "It is a warning restriction. The range is at least a few hundred meters. How do we inform the owner of the house?" Xingfeng smiled and said, "It's simple." He reached out and flicked his finger. A red light flew out and touched the restriction. After a while, the restriction was removed. Xingfeng said, "Well, not bad. The owner of this house did not refuse us. Let's go in." Lei Xingfeng said, "If the restriction is not removed," Xingfeng said, "first, there is no one here. Second, the owner does not welcome us. Either way, we will turn around and leave. Kid, remember, the cultivators who can come here are not to be trifled with. If the owner is not willing, don't force your way in. It is not worth it to offend people here." Lei Xingfeng said, "So, if the restriction is not removed, we will turn around and leave. This choice is not a problem." Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's right." The 2 did not walk far before a few puppets came up to them. One of the puppets said, "The owner is in the room. Please follow me." Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "Puppets?" Xingfeng said, "Puppets are very common here. After all, this place is not suitable for low-level cultivators. Thus, some chores require puppets." Lei Xingfeng said, Senior, you don't seem to use puppets. Xingfeng said, I have some puppets in the past. I either lost them or gave them away. Later on, I did not trade for any more. The two talked as they walked, following the puppets into the room. An old man with a white beard and a head full of small braids appeared. He had a red belt on his head and was wearing a grayish-black coat. He looked very hot. The old man sat cross-legged on the floor. When he saw the two enter, he said slowly, It's rare to have visitors. And there are two of them. Very interesting. Xingfeng did not stand on ceremony. He sat in front of the old man. Lei Xingfeng sat beside him. Xingfeng said, Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng also said, Lei Xingfeng. The old man said, Du Lang. This guy's name was very special. Xingfeng said indifferently, Du Clan? Du Lang was a little surprised. He opened his eyes wide and said, You also know about the Du Clan? Xingfeng nodded and said, Of course. I know two people from the Du Clan. Du Lang was surprised and said, Who? You know them? What are their names? Xingfeng said, Du Ruoshui and Du Sha. It was a long time ago. I wonder if they are doing well? Du Lang opened his eyes wide and said, Oh, they have been missing for a long time. I came here this time to find out where they went. When did you see them? Xingfeng said, I don't remember clearly. I only know that it was a long, long time ago. I didn't know them here. I have been away for too long. There are many things that I don't know. That's why I came here to find out more. Du Lang's eyes narrowed again. He said, I see. What a pity. What a pity. Oh right. Why did you come to find me? Xingfeng said, I just said that I came to find out more about the situation. Oh, there is a small question. When will the fantasy sky realm open? Du Lang stared at Xingfeng and said, You can enter the fantasy sky realm? You have thousands of thorns? Xingfeng said, Of course. He wasn't afraid of people knowing that the cultivators of this world couldn't be robbed. Plus, he was very strong. Therefore, he didn't care at all. Du Lang said, How many people can you bring? Xingfeng said, I can bring 2 people. Du Lang said, Count me in. How about it? Xingfeng said with a smile, No problem. What's the price? There was no free lunch in this world. Everything had a price. Of course, the price was high or low. Du Lang was very clear about this rule. He said, Oh, let me think about it. Maybe I have something that you need. Xingfeng said, With your strength, we will be much stronger if you come with us. Therefore, I don't care too much about it. Alas, I couldn't find such an opportunity back then. Du Lang said, If you are lucky, you will naturally come to me. If you are unlucky, you can't do anything. Haha, this time, my luck is very good. Xingfeng muttered and said, Your luck is indeed King good. Du Lang let out a wretched laugh. Xingfeng shook his head slightly and said, Tell me, when is the next time it opens? Du Lang said, Half a year later. Your luck is also good. If you are late this time, you will have to wait. If you miss this time, you will have to wait for 3 years. Xingfeng said, All right. This time is not bad. We don't have to wait too long. Lei Xingfeng said, Is this place always so quiet? Oh right, how many cultivators are here? Du Lang said, This is the base camp of us cultivators. As for why it is so quiet, to be honest, I don't know either. Haha, to be honest, I still don't know how many cultivators are here. Ha! Lei Xingfeng looked at this old man speechlessly. After a while, Du Lang finally stopped laughing. He said, No one will ask this kind of question. Little guy, there are actually many cultivators here. It's just that they all have their own things to do. If nothing happens, they won't come out. Lei Xingfeng said, Don't they usually communicate with each other? Du Lang said, You should know that cultivators who can come here, unless they already know each other, generally speaking, they won't take the initiative to communicate with each other. They are a group of arrogant people. It's very difficult for them to get together. Xingfeng said, "The other two forces, are there any movements?" Du Lang immediately smiled and said, "Little guy, you see," he asked the key question. "Recently, the two forces are not very stable. Currently, the three forces are in a good balance. It's just that the star beasts and outsiders have been coming out more frequently. As for why, I'm not very clear. If you don't have anything to do, it's best that you don't leave this area." Xingfeng said, "When I came here, I didn't find anything. It was very quiet." Du Lang said, "It's because it's too quiet that it's not normal. A while ago, there was a disturbance. I don't know what it was for. I heard that there were a few fights, but the scale wasn't very big." Lei Xingfeng said, "If I want to go out, how big is the range of my movement?" This was what he was most concerned about. Along the way, he had been coveting the mineral resources and materials here. Du Lang said, "The area around our camp, which is 100 kilometers outside the mountain, is relatively safe, because if something happens, you can escape back here." Chapter 720. Lei Xingfeng asked doubtfully, "Escape back?" Du Lang said, "Yes, escape back. As long as you enter the camp, no one will dare to fight you. You will be beaten to death." Xingfeng said, "This is his first time here, so he doesn't understand the rules here." Du Lang nodded, "I can see that. When the fantasy sky realm opens, I will come and find you. Where do you live?" Xingfeng told him the address. Du Lang laughed, "So it's that place. I know. When I have time, I will look for you to exchange opinions and information." Xingfeng said, "Okay, no problem." Du Lang said, after a while, "I will bring some things to your place and see if you need anything." This was a deal, bringing materials or other things in exchange for a chance to enter the fantasy sky realm. Xingfeng agreed, then stood up with Lei Xingfeng and left. The two returned to the treehouse. After resting for a few days, Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but ask, "Senior, I am going out to find some materials. Are you coming?" Xingfeng said, "No, I still need to find someone. And you go. Try your best to collect materials outside the camp. Don't go too far. With your strength, it is dangerous to go too far." Lei Xingfeng nodded, "I won't go too far. I just want to familiarize myself with the environment. Don't worry, I won't provoke other cultivators." If they had just come out of the ruins, Xingfeng wouldn't have let Lei Xingfeng leave. But now, he was confident enough to let Lei Xingfeng go out. He knew in his heart that Lei Xingfeng wouldn't leave this place because he had no place to go. In fact, Lei Xingfeng had other goals. Ever since he advanced to monarch rank, he seemed to have a connection with the mirror world. But it was too weak, so he couldn't grasp it and didn't dare to test it. Especially with Xingfeng beside him, he didn't dare to reveal any abnormalities. One must know how precious the mirror world was. Even high-level cultivators would be tempted. Lei Xingfeng got up and flew outside. He quickly left the camp and flew out of the mountain. Alone, Lei Xingfeng felt a rare sense of freedom. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave. He had to rely on Xingfeng, and Xingfeng didn't treat him badly. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng didn't want to run away for the time being. Other than contacting the mirror realm, he really wanted to collect materials. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to fly too far either. About 50 kilometers away from the mountain pass, he hovered in the air and began to carefully inspect the area. His eyes flickered with silver light as he searched for suitable materials to excavate or collect. This area was obviously much worse than the previous route. It wasn't hard to understand. The safer the place, the fewer things there were. The more dangerous it was, the more things there would be. As long as the cultivators were able to enter this place, it was likely that the beginner monarch rank cultivators would be searching in this area. After searching for a period of time, Lei Xingfeng used his special pair of eyes to find quite a number of materials. However, he wasn't satisfied. As he continued searching, he quickly went out of the 100-kilometer range. Lei Xingfeng didn't realize it himself. Because he was focused on searching, he unknowingly left the camp's area. About 100 kilometers away, the resources were obviously different. There were more and more good things. Lei Xingfeng was originally a collecting maniac. Of course, he wouldn't let go of anything. He continued to collect and excavate. Even when the sky was dark, it couldn't block his eyes. 7 or 8 days passed quickly as he collected everything. Lei Xingfeng was already 1,000 kilometers away. Of course, Exhilarating knew that he was in an unfamiliar environment, so he prepared well. He released a few dozen mannequin beasts and set up a concealment restriction. As long as he stopped at a certain spot, those mannequin beasts would automatically set up a formation to hide him. However, this concealment restriction had a flaw, and that was that when he was moving, he couldn't hide himself. With the help of the concealment restriction, Lei Xingfeng didn't care at all. He simply searched everywhere for precious materials. The deeper he went into the wilderness, the more advanced materials Lei Xingfeng found. Especially the materials buried deep underground. He found a lot of thunder-type materials. These were all materials that could make up for what he lacked. His sword seal was still lacking a lot of materials. Every time he obtained a material, it meant that he could strengthen his sword seal. In the past few days, Lei Xingfeng had gained a lot. He also discovered a secret. That was, cultivating here wasn't worse than cultivating in the magnetic storm mountain range. It was even better. Of course, the effect in the camp wasn't as good as cultivating in the wilderness. This was what made him feel strange. Due to the concealment restriction, Lei Xingfeng didn't need to worry about cultivating. This concealment restriction had been modified by Lei Xingfeng. Its concealment effect was extremely good. If someone wanted to discover it, they wouldn't be able to find it unless they bumped into the restriction directly. On this day, Lei Xingfeng dug up 2 materials. He sat down and ate his rations contentedly. Ever since he came out, he ate very little. He didn't care about food as long as it could fill his stomach. He really didn't have time to waste. This made him miss the food cooked by Jean Depang. Just thinking about it made him drool. After eating his rations, Lei Xingfeng started cultivating as usual. Ever since he found the effect of cultivating here was good, he would take time out every day to concentrate on cultivating. Because he was in a state of extreme stillness when cultivating, Lei Xingfeng could hear the situation around him. He could hear footsteps and the sound of digging. The situation here was different. Even if they were digging, they had to be very careful. It was very easy to encounter outsiders or star beasts in the wilderness. Therefore, no one would be stupid enough to reveal their true form and dig in a large area. Lei Xingfeng quickly ended his cultivation and quietly got up. He looked towards the direction of the sound. There were 7 alien races. If it wasn't for the horn on one of their heads, Lei Xingfeng would have thought that they were humans. They looked almost the same. However, one of them gave the game away, which made Lei Xingfeng realize that they were aliens. There were so many of them. Lei Xingfeng was secretly shocked. Those who could appear here, regardless of whether they were humans, aliens, or star beasts, were not to be trifled with. Moreover, there were 7 of them. Lei Xingfeng admitted that he couldn't defeat them. Unless Xingfeng was here, he might have the ability to intimidate them. However, he would be in trouble. The place where the 7 of them were digging was less than 300 meters away from Lei Xingfeng. If they kept digging, they might trigger the concealment restriction. At that time, Lei Xingfeng would be in trouble. He couldn't defeat them, and it would be difficult for him to escape. The 7 of them could definitely trap him to death. At this time, he couldn't withdraw the concealment restriction. Once he withdrew the dozen or so humanoid beasts, there would definitely be a sound. With the ability of a powerful cultivator, they would definitely be able to detect the problem. In the wilderness, everyone's nerves would be tense. The same went for the aliens. Lei Xingfeng didn't withdraw the concealment restriction. His eyes were fixed on the 7 aliens. It was rare for him to be nervous. Countless thoughts were spinning in his mind, but he couldn't think of a good way to escape. They were too close. The cracking sounds were getting louder and closer. Lei Xingfeng knew that he couldn't escape this time. He didn't withdraw the concealment restriction. In order to do so, he would have to withdraw the humanoid beast. Although his array wasn't big, only about 200 to 300 square meters, if he wanted to withdraw the humanoid beasts, the concealment restriction would lose effect as soon as they moved. He and the humanoid beasts would be exposed immediately. Therefore, he couldn't withdraw the concealment restriction. Due to the irreconcilable conflict between humans and aliens, as well as the blood feud between the two races, whenever they met in the wilderness, there would be no doubt that it would be a battle. It would be a battle to the death. There was no possibility of reconciliation. The only possible reason for not fighting was that both sides were evenly matched. Both sides had their concerns. However, it was completely different now. Lei Xingfeng was alone, but there were 7 of them. He couldn't retreat, but he couldn't fight either. This gave Lei Xingfeng a huge headache. Lei Xingfeng knew that he couldn't hesitate. This was a matter of life and death. He was a little regretful. He shouldn't have been so careless. In order to save time, he didn't set up a fixed concealment restriction. Moreover, he was in the wilderness. He had been too careless in choosing a cultivation location. The 7 aliens were still digging. They were relatively scattered. Each of them was about 100 meters apart. One of them was the closest to Lei Xingfeng. He was less than 200 meters away from the concealment restriction and was still getting closer. Lei Xingfeng gritted his teeth and retreated to the other side. As for the humanoid beasts, he couldn't withdraw them for the time being. Soon, he reached the other side of the concealment restriction. Lei Xingfeng planned to withdraw from the concealment restriction secretly and see if he could find a way to escape. This area wasn't a forest but a grassland. The weeds were about 1.5 meters tall. Therefore, he bent down to withdraw from the concealment restriction. He bent down and retreated bit by bit. He knew that he didn't have much time. Once the alien discovered the concealment restriction, he would be exposed. He was at least dozens of kilometers away from the forest. There was no hope of hiding in the forest. Fortunately, the aliens' attention was mostly on the mineral resources. Therefore, they hadn't discovered the concealment restriction for the time being. Lei Xingfeng carefully bent down and retreated quickly into the distance. In a moment, he had already retreated a few hundred meters. When he was a little further away, he bent down and ran wildly. He didn't dare to step on the ground at all. He relied on the void to run forward. In fact, his running still made a sound because his body hit the weeds and made a rustling sound. However, there was a strong wind above the grassland. Therefore, the weeds also made a rustling sound when the wind blew. When Lei Xingfeng ran a few hundred meters, the concealment restriction he left behind was discovered. In an instant, the 7 aliens broke through the concealment restriction. It had to be known that the concealment restriction didn't have any attack power. The aliens broke through the concealment restriction with one blow and discovered the humanoid beasts that were the structure of the restriction. With a whistle, the 7 aliens flew into the air and quickly fanned out to search ahead. Lei Xingfeng cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to stay in the same place and suddenly rushed out. When Lei Xingfeng flew out of the grass, the 7 aliens immediately cheered. The 7 of them surrounded and chased after him. Chapter 721. Lei Xingfeng was of the lightning attribute, so his flying speed was naturally extremely fast. It could be said that he was as fast as lightning. Especially when he used all his strength, his speed was incomparably fast. Among the 7 outsiders, 2 of them ran a few steps before suddenly leaping into the air. In an instant, the clothes on their backs were torn apart, and 2 huge black wings stretched out. With a flap, their speed was simply terrifying. Lei Xingfeng did not dare to stop fighting with them. The difference in strength was a little too big. However, he began to release his sword seal, which floated in front of him, increasing his speed once again. The two winged outsiders made Lei Xingfeng understand that their speed was truly fast. Even if he flew first, he still could not outrun them. Occasionally, he would look back and see two black shadows. Relying on his special eyes, he could even see two extremely excited faces. Their faces were mixed with some kind of cruel expression, which made him shudder. Lei Xingfeng muttered in his heart, "Damn, there's such a big hatred. If it's just these two bastards, I can still try to deal with them. But there are 7 of them. 7 of them, how can I deal with 7 of them?" In less than a few minutes, the two outsiders had already closed in on him, while the other 5 were left far behind. Lei Xingfeng's speed was really fast. Ordinary cultivators of the same level would not be able to catch up to him. However, when encountering a race that could fly, Lei Xingfeng was troubled. How could he not know that the two outsiders who were chasing him were even more shocked? This person was escaping too fast. They used a few special flying skills and chased after him with all their might, but there was still a small distance between them. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng abruptly turned around to face the two of them. His body was still retreating rapidly. Although his speed was slightly slower than before, he pointed at the two of them and shouted, "Scram!" A dot of light suddenly expanded, and a huge gold star beast appeared, smashing towards the two of them. To be more precise, it crashed into them. Lei Xingfeng's move was extremely damaging. One must know that the two outsiders were using all their strength to fly. Who would have thought that the other party could still fight? It was simply unbelievable. The two of them had no choice but to stop. They could not stop at all. Just like that, they crashed into the gold star beast that suddenly appeared. Just as they were about to crash into it, the gold star beast suddenly swung its 2 forearms. Large amounts of lightning wrapped around its thick claws. Boom! Boom! The two of them were like balls hit by a golf club. They were sent flying backwards just like that. Screams were heard after they flew for a few hundred meters. Even though the two of them were extremely powerful, they were caught off guard and had at least 10 of their bones were broken. Swords. Lei Xingfeng's body. As that. Lace. They. When the 5 of them were the closest, Lei Xingfeng still used his old move. He turned around and attacked. Although the sword seal did not meet his requirements, its power was definitely not small. This attack also sent the 3 closest outsiders flying. Lei Xingfeng turned around and fled again. Finally, Lei Xingfeng escaped into the forest. The forest here was filled with dense towering trees. Therefore, once Lei Xingfeng rushed into the forest, it was much better than on the grassland. On the grassland, that kind of exposed figure made Lei Xingfeng feel naked. He couldn't find any way to cover his body. Entering the forest, he had a lot of opportunities. Of the 7 foreign tribesmen who chased after them, 3 were injured. Among them, the 2 winged fellows were the most seriously injured, with more than 10 broken bones. They had already landed on the grassland and were taking medicine to heal their injuries. This kind of injury was nothing to cultivators, and they could recover very quickly. However, this kind of loss was a bit too great. After Lei Xingfeng entered the forest for about 2 kilometers, he immediately dashed to the left. As he continued to change directions, Lei Xingfeng kept looking back. He saw a few people flying in the air. They also spread out to search. Lei Xingfeng had successfully angered them. Lei Xingfeng didn't run very far before he saw a frightening scene. The 7 foreign tribesmen actually found 3 more people, 10 of them. Lei Xingfeng originally didn't notice, but after a few hours of running, Lei Xingfeng realized that something was wrong. 10 people. With Lei Xingfeng's eyesight, he could see everything clearly. Even if they appeared far away, as long as he saw them, he could clearly remember them. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng's heart was in a mess. He simply couldn't resist 10 foreign tribesmen. If he was entangled, the only possibility was to be beaten to death. Right now, he didn't have the mirror realm to hide. However, Lei Xingfeng was also furious from being chased. Did they really think that this daddy was tofu that they could eat whenever they wanted? Lei Xingfeng was very clear that the distance from here to the main camp was too far. It wouldn't be easy to escape, so he didn't plan to escape. In the forest, there was still a chance to play. This wasn't a grassland. There was no place to hide. Even if he wanted to do something, it would be difficult. One must know that he was a restriction master. His greatest battle strength was restrictions, especially when faced with a group of people. Lei Xingfeng wasn't idle all the way here with Xingfeng. He had refined countless restrictions of all kinds. He had almost lost count of how many he had refined. The harvest from the natural restrictions was really helpful to Lei Xingfeng. His restriction skills had become more profound. First, Lei Xingfeng began to set up concealment restrictions. This kind of restriction was easy to make. He had collected many sets. The reason why he set up concealment restrictions was that he needed a place to hide. That way, he could set up a bigger restriction formation. As for restrictions, Lei Xingfeng's only idea was to separate these 10 people. Now, even if 3 or 4 of them came at him, he wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone 10 people at the same time. Therefore, his goal was to separate this group. He set up 3 concealment restrictions so that Lei Xingfeng would have a place to hide. Then there was the hallucinatory restriction. The hallucinatory restriction couldn't kill the enemy, but it could be used to trap the enemy. Therefore, the range of the hallucinatory restriction had to be quite large. This required the use of concealment restrictions. Only with concealment restrictions could he set up the hallucinatory restriction. After Lei Xingfeng's calculations, he began to set up restrictions step by step. He wouldn't give up on the same restriction-killing formations. In a battle, there was a huge difference between having restrictions and not having restrictions. This time, Lei Xingfeng had a new understanding of restrictions. He redesigned them. This was to test the results of his studies and to test them in actual combat. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng didn't care about the cost of setting up all sorts of restrictions. From concealment restrictions, to hallucinatory restrictions, to all sorts of restrictions-killing formations. In his mind, even if there were 10 people, as long as he was given enough time to set up restrictions, he would have a way to deal with them. The 10 foreign tribesmen buzzed around his ears like flies. They flew around and occasionally attacked downwards in an attempt to disturb Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng, on the other hand, was running around in the forest. From time to time, he would strike the restriction components into the ground. There were a few times when he was blasted out by the foreign tribesmen in the sky. However, he had his own way. He used the sword seal to launch a sneak attack and then continued to run around in the forest. This way, the foreign tribesmen would keep their eyes on the forest below and know that Lei Xingfeng was inside. First, he activated the 3 concealment restrictions. Then, he activated the hallucinatory restriction. Gradually, his restriction-killing formation took shape. Lei Xingfeng methodically set up restrictions. As time passed, he became calmer and more clear-headed. His movements also became faster and faster. Because the restriction components were all refined beforehand, as long as they were set up according to the design, it wouldn't take much time. One restriction after another was activated. This was only the first step. After Lei Xingfeng activated all the restrictions he had set up, he continuously struck the restriction components into the ground. This was his new method. It was to link all the restrictions and array formations together to form a huge restriction-killing formation. When he was still a few steps away, Lei Xingfeng was discovered by a foreign tribesman. This guy directly pounced on him. Lei Xingfeng was so angry that he struck out his sword seal. He was just a step away and it was ruined by this guy. Boom! After a hard clash, that foreign tribesman directly fell from the sky. One had to know that the sword seal had the lightning attribute. Lightning could paralyze people. Therefore, this guy was paralyzed and fell from the sky. Lei Xingfeng struck him with another lightning bolt. Without having time to kill the enemy, Lei Xingfeng hurriedly struck the last restriction component into the ground. When he saw the other foreign tribesmen madly rushing over, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Instead, he suddenly flew into the sky. After all, flying in the sky was still faster. Without waiting for the other party to surround him, Lei Xingfeng had already rushed out. This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't fly far away. Instead, he ran around the forest. After a moment, as the encirclement of the 10 people became tighter, Lei Xingfeng suddenly pounced into the forest below. The 10 people followed closely behind. Lei Xingfeng scuttled into a concealment restriction. Then, he saw a figure scuttling past. It was one of the foreign tribesmen who was chasing after him. Lei Xingfeng sneered. This guy didn't see Lei Xingfeng. The distance between them was less than 20 meters. This concealment restriction was only a few square meters. It was very difficult to touch the concealment restriction. One had to know that this forest was very big. When that foreign tribesman disappeared, Lei Xingfeng immediately activated the restriction. The scattered restrictions connected together and formed a super restriction killing formation. When the restriction was completely activated, the 10 foreign tribesmen were completely doomed. Every one of the foreign tribesmen discovered that the surrounding environment suddenly changed. They couldn't find their companions. Just a moment ago they were still clamoring and chasing, but now it suddenly became calm. This calmness made them panic. It was a very frightening feeling, especially when they suddenly lost contact with their companions. This feeling was even more frightening. Even if they were experts, the most powerful experts in their tribe, they still felt uneasy when faced with this change. Lei Xingfeng quickly moved within the restriction-killing formation. Those foreign tribesmen didn't understand restrictions, so they could only see the changes in the sky and earth. However, Lei Xingfeng was different. He could see through the restriction completely. Because it was his first time setting up such a huge restriction, he needed some time to familiarize himself with it and find the enemy within the restriction-killing formation. Chapter 7:22. Out of the 10 outsiders, 9 were trapped. One of them reacted very quickly. The moment this guy was trapped by the restriction, he immediately fled. If he had hesitated for even a moment, he would have been trapped. He had some understanding of restrictions and knew that these things were the killing moves that human cultivators were most proficient in. Outsiders also played with restrictions, but compared to human cultivators, they were far too lacking. Therefore, even outsiders knew about restrictions. That person tried to attack a few times from outside, but unfortunately, Lei Xingfeng had set up a compound restriction formation. With just his attacks, it was completely useless. Of course, he didn't dare to rush into the restriction formation. After hesitating for a long time, he turned around and flew away. If he couldn't do it, he would go and get reinforcements. Lei Xingfeng discovered that one of them had escaped. He calculated in his heart and knew that this guy would definitely go and get reinforcements. However, he wasn't afraid. With this restriction formation, it was enough for him to deal with them. 9 outsiders. Lei Xingfeng laughed mischievously. Previously, they had chased him like a stray dog. This time, retribution had come. First, he would find one to practice with. He wanted to see how powerful this guy was. Among the experts he had encountered before, almost none of them were true experts. This time, it was a true expert. Very quickly, Lei Xingfeng found an outsider. This guy was an outsider with wings. However, his wings had already been retracted into his body. His upper body was naked. He was running back and forth in the restriction formation, but he couldn't find a way out. Lei Xingfeng didn't appear at all. Instead, he hid in a corner. Suddenly, he released a sword seal and ruthlessly attacked him. Although that outsider was running around, he was highly focused. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng's sneak attack didn't succeed. He clashed with this guy. Ever since this guy was sneak attacked by Lei Xingfeng in the air, he had become very careful. This was how he managed to dodge this sneak attack. With a loud bang, the sword seal and Lei Xingfeng connected. This attack was actually evenly matched. Lei Xingfeng was shocked. He knew that his opponent was not weak. Lei Xingfeng's all-out attack, although that person was able to withstand it well, he still suffered some losses, especially the lightning on the sword seal, which made his whole body tremble for a few minutes. He was even more shocked than Lei Xingfeng. Previously, when he was hit by Lei Yin, it could be said that he was not prepared, but this time it was different. He had been on guard, but still suffered some losses. According to his estimation, if it was a one-on-one fight, he might not be able to defeat his opponent, but if there was a companion to help, then Lei Xingfeng would definitely lose. After Lei Xingfeng's attack, he immediately retreated. He understood restrictions, especially since he could see the restriction node. Therefore, he wasn't affected by the restrictions. However, his opponent was different. He couldn't see the restriction nodes at all, so he directly rushed over. In an instant, he collided with a few restriction nodes. When the restrictions were activated, he was instantly lured to the side. Seeing that there was no chance for a sneak attack, Lei Xingfeng immediately changed directions and went to find other people. In the restriction array, Lei Xingfeng was a god. Everyone else was trash. Moving the restriction array and making the opponent run in circles was the easiest thing to do. Lei Xingfeng had already activated the killing array. When an outsider didn't walk properly, they would accidentally encounter the killing array. However, these outsiders were too strong. Even the compound restriction array's killing array couldn't kill them. However, it was inevitable that they would suffer a little. An outsider foolishly ran into the killing array. He was hit by lightning until white smoke came out of his body. At this time, Lei Xingfeng came over. The sword seal was released. It didn't make any sound. Instead, it was sandwiched between the lightning and instantly shot into the outsider's back. The outsider looked at the sword seal on his chest in disbelief. Then, the sword seal began to expand crazily. Even if he wasn't weaker than Lei Xingfeng, he was completely unable to resist the expansion of the sword seal. In an instant, the outsider was turned into a bloody mess. Lei Xingfeng forcefully waved his fist. This attack was too great. It quietly killed an outsider expert. If it was a direct confrontation, Lei Xingfeng estimated that he would have to expend a lot of resources to defeat his opponent. He wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. This was the advantage of having a restriction array. In the restriction array, Lei Xingfeng was like a fish in water. He searched everywhere for any outsider who was alone. The compound restriction array he had set up covered a relatively large area. It almost covered the entire forest. Trapping a dozen people was simply a waste. This large array could effectively trap thousands of people. Only 9 people were trapped in the array. Lei Xingfeng was actually dissatisfied. After a while, Lei Xingfeng found traces of the outsider. Following the direction of the large array, he quickly determined the other party's location. After quietly approaching, he discovered that there were 2 people. He didn't know how they communicated. The 2 of them were very lucky to meet each other. If the 2 of them worked together, it would be completely different. However, with the protection of the restriction array, Lei Xingfeng wasn't afraid. Lei Xingfeng's first thought was to separate the 2 of them. In any case, he couldn't fight with the 2 of them. Even with the help of the restriction array, he was too passive. Looking at the 2 of them trembling as they walked, they really stopped for a few minutes after taking a few steps. They were very careful. The restriction array had a special characteristic. The bigger the movement, the bigger the reaction. The smaller the movement, the smaller the reaction. The 2 of them were super experts. If the restriction array's reaction was small, they would be able to withstand it with their bodies. It wouldn't cause a large-scale reaction from the restriction array. Lei Xingfeng sneered inwardly. He immediately activated the restriction array. Even if you don't touch the restriction array, will it work? One of the outsiders suddenly discovered a figure flashing by. He immediately rushed towards the black figure. The outsider beside him shouted, "Don't run around." However, it was too late. Lei Xingfeng was confident that he could separate the two of them as long as this person was 10 meters away from the original spot. Sure enough, just by setting up a phantom, one of the guys couldn't help but chase after it. Before the other could catch up, the restriction array changed. If the person in front stopped and kept shouting, the person behind could still find him. However, that person went the wrong way because he saw his companion running in front of him. He hurriedly chased after him. He didn't know that he was chasing after a phantom. As he ran, he instantly pulled apart the distance between them. Even if the guy from before shouted, he was blocked by the restriction array. If he was more than 100 meters away, he wouldn't be able to hear anything. Soon, the outsider who was chasing after the phantom stopped. He already knew that he had gone the wrong way. He was on guard and nervously kept running in circles. Lei Xingfeng found it funny. This guy was quite alert. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. At this time, a sneak attack wouldn't be effective. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng didn't make a move. Instead, he waited quietly. The opponent was completely focused on defense. If he attacked at this time, the effect would be obvious. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng calmly waited. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. If he made a move, he would severely injure the opponent. Even if he couldn't kill you, he would at least take half your life. That person was nervous for a long time, but he didn't discover anything. He didn't discover an attack, nor did he discover that the restriction array had been touched. The surrounding forest was silent. However, he knew that as long as he dared to fly up, the restriction array would launch a crazy attack. Everyone who was trapped would try once. They would try to fly away, but they would never dare to fly up again. That kind of attack would cause the restriction array to go berserk. It could definitely kill. After relaxing, this person began to search for a way out. He knew that he was in a restriction array. The only way to escape was to walk out. Therefore, people who entered the restriction array wouldn't stay in the same place. Lei Xingfeng followed this person from afar, waiting for him to enter the trap. Not far ahead was a killing array. Although Lei Xingfeng could also teleport the attack of the killing array over, how could it be better than letting that person enter? Lei Xingfeng waited patiently. From time to time, he would make some moves so that the person wouldn't run to another place. This killing array was of the ice attribute. That person walked extremely slowly. It could be said that he was advancing step by step. This made Lei Xingfeng a little angry. He thought to himself, even if there's a pile of dog shit in front of you, you should be able to see it clearly. However, you're still walking so slowly. He decided to help this foreign race person. Lei Xingfeng suddenly appeared not far behind that foreign race person. A red light flashed and his sword imprint shot out. That person cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. In an instant, he stepped into the ice attribute restriction array. Lei Xingfeng chuckled. He turned around and disappeared into the restriction array. He knew that once that person entered the restriction array, he would have to use all his strength to deal with the attacks of the ice restriction array. If he wanted to come out, it would be impossible for him to do so without a period of suffering. The foreign tribesman retreated into the ice forbidden killing formation. He felt a chill in his heart. It was a chill that came from the bottom of his heart. Everything around him suddenly turned white. Then, countless ice crystals appeared out of nowhere and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. He screamed and ran for his life. Soon, his body began to stiffen. There was no trace of green in the surroundings. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Countless ice crystals fell down, making rustling sounds. The coldness was bone-chilling. No matter what, it was difficult for the foreign race person to resist. His entire body ignited with flames, barely resisting the cold. He began to look for a way out. Unfortunately, once he fell into the trap of the restriction array, the attacks would be continuous. It was impossible to escape. An ice attribute attack. First, it was the cold wind. This was only the first attack. Compared to the later attacks, this attack was already very gentle. Lei Xingfeng temporarily ignored this guy. He would wait until he was tortured by the restriction array before attacking. The effect would definitely be stronger than the current attack. Therefore, he went to find another guy. Lei Xingfeng was not satisfied with killing only one foreign race person. However, he also understood that if it was not for the advantage of the restriction array, he probably would not have been able to kill even one. Now, he was crazy enough to want to kill all these foreign race people. After searching for a long time, Lei Xingfeng finally found the guy who had escaped. What surprised Lei Xingfeng was that this guy was actually digging a hole. He was trying to dig a tunnel to escape. Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. Under the cover of the restriction array, there was no way to escape. Flying was impossible, and digging was also impossible. Lei Xingfeng knew that at most 1 meter deep, the ground would be as hard as steel. Perhaps if you were strong enough, you could forcefully dig in. However, this would not last long. The most terrifying thing was that there would also be a counterattack from underground. A counterattack from the restriction array. Chapter 7:23. So that fellow dug a dozen holes in the ground. But what he didn't understand was that he couldn't find any openings in the formation. If he wanted to escape, there was basically no way for him to do so. Lei Xingfeng stealthily approached that fellow. When he saw the holes in the ground, he couldn't help but laugh. This fellow was truly uncultured. He reckoned that this fellow didn't know anything about formations. If he did, he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Relying on the concealment of the formation, Lei Xingfeng was less than 20 meters away from that person. Only then did he stop and quietly watch that person dig. Furthermore, he could hear that person's curses. He couldn't help but curse. After digging for a long time, he couldn't dig any deeper. Even with his strength, the holes were constantly being restored. Not only were these things difficult to dig, they were also like quicksand. That person was flustered and exasperated. He actually released his true body. As soon as his true body appeared, it was crazily attacked by the formation. Lei Xingfeng inwardly shook his head and quickly retreated. Releasing his true body in this kind of formation was simply asking for trouble. The formation's power began to gather. Due to the size of the true body, the formation's attack power also became berserk. Countless fire, lightning, and ice cones crazily shot over. There was also an invisible force suppressing him. Even if he released his true body, he couldn't get any bigger. When he was about 10 meters tall, he was suppressed by a huge force. In other words, he couldn't display 100% of his strength. That foolish outsider finally understood one thing, and that was that he absolutely couldn't resist the formation, especially when it was a compound formation. So when his true body was about 10 meters tall, he couldn't hold on any longer and immediately withdrew his true body. He had been too flustered. This was a formation set up by the enemy. The instant he withdrew his true body, he was at his weakest. His defensive power was extremely low. Lei Xingfeng saw this clearly and naturally wouldn't miss it. He instantly sent out his sword seal. That person didn't even have time to react. Just like the first outsider that was killed, the sword seal broke through his body. This wasn't fatal, but when the sword seal expanded, that person couldn't survive and was instantly blown to pieces. Lei Xingfeng realized that the sword seal had a special characteristic, which was that when it shrunk, its attack power was especially strong. It could break through the surface with a single point, which was extremely effective. If the sword seal revealed its true form, which was the body of a 70 to 80 meter gold star beast, its attack power would be different. This kind of sneak attack was still more useful. Putting away the sword seal, Lei Xingfeng walked to the place where the man had stood. There was only some flesh and blood on the ground, as well as some torn pieces of clothes. The man had almost disappeared without a trace. It was a pity that he didn't gain anything, causing Exhilarating to be filled with hatred. In this battle, there were only exits and no exits. The entire restriction formation had used up a large amount of energy, as well as a few precious treasures, especially the core of the restriction, which required a large amount of treasures, yet he didn't gain anything from killing these outsiders. F***ck, what a loss! Lei Xingfeng muttered and went to look for the next outsider. After killing 2 outsiders, there were only 7 people left in the formation. Lei Xingfeng knew that he couldn't stay here for long. After all, if one of them escaped, it would be troublesome if that guy went to call for reinforcements. Lei Xingfeng had to find the remaining people and kill them. Then, he would have enough time to collect all the components and formation's core. Time was very tight for him. He returned to the place where he had just come from. In the ice formation's killing formation, the previous outsider was already in a sorry state. His movements were not only slow, but his face was also pale. A layer of ice had condensed on his body. This was the cold brought about by the formation. It was completely different from ordinary cold. This cold could kill. This guy was extremely powerful and could barely handle it. He had already reached the edge of the ice formation's killing formation. Lei Xingfeng was also very impressed. This guy had almost rushed out of the killing formation. Let's end it here. Lei Xingfeng had waited for this opportunity with great difficulty. How could he let this guy escape? In an instant, the sword seal pierced through his chest. Then, that person was shattered. After easily killing this outsider, there were only 6 people left in the formation. After silently killing 3 people, Lei Xingfeng was very satisfied. By relying on the formation, he was confident that he could kill the other 6 people. After searching around the formation, Lei Xingfeng found another guy. He used the same old method. The effect of the sneak attack was surprisingly good. He was still killed without any reaction. One after another, Lei Xingfeng had never had such an experience. He killed experts as easily as killing chickens. When he killed the 7th outsider, something unexpected happened. When the sword seal appeared behind the outsider, and was about to pierce his back, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the tail of the outsider. With a loud bang, it blocked the sword seal's sneak attack. This was an outsider with a tail. This tail was only as thick as a thumb and 2 meters long. It was like a slender whip. It was this tail that made Lei Xingfeng's sneak attack disappear. Suddenly, that slender tail became extremely thick. It was as thick as a bowl and more than 8 meters long. It was like a long spear that pierced towards Lei Xingfeng's hiding place. Moreover, its length was still rapidly changing. In an instant, it had grown from 8 meters to more than 20 meters. Lei Xingfeng was shocked. This thing could work? The sword seal suddenly turned into a golden star beast. Its huge body suddenly smashed down from the sky. Lei Xingfeng thought, I will smash you to death. Boom. The outsider's tail suddenly moved to the left and instantly wrapped around a huge tree. Then, it flashed away with its body. Its speed was so fast that Lei Xingfeng could only see a shadow. When the sword seal missed, Lei Xingfeng did not continue fighting. He immediately put away the sword seal and flashed away. He believed that the outsider could not do anything. It was impossible for him to catch up with him. Lei Xingfeng turned around and left. This person was a bit difficult to deal with. He did not have time to waste. The most difficult person to deal with was left for last. He had to deal with the enemies that were easy to deal with first. Besides this one, there was still one more outsider. He would find him and kill him first. Then, he would kill the tail. Within the restriction array, Lei Xingfeng could move freely. He could even use the restriction array to speed up his movement. In just a moment, he found the last guy. This guy was already at the edge of the restriction array. It could be seen that this guy had some understanding of restrictions. This meant that he had used the correct method to move within the restriction array. He did not encounter any great danger. Lei Xingfeng quickly arrived at the edge of the restriction array. He realized that it was too late to stop him. This guy was just a few steps away from the restriction array. The moment this outsider stepped out of the restriction array's suppression disappeared. That guy was obviously stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. He knew that he was free. However, just as he was overjoyed, Lei Xingfeng's sword seal pierced through his chest. Lei Xingfeng retracted the sword seal. Then, he turned around and walked back into the restriction array. This guy died unjustly. He was killed by Lei Xingfeng when he was the most relaxed. He replenished the restriction array's energy. In such a short time, he had used up a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had Professor Xing Feng's method of condensing restriction block. Therefore, he did not lack energy crystals like before. Soon, he returned to the long-tailed outsider. Lei Xingfeng stared at that guy from afar. After thinking for a while, he did not dare to waste any time. He quietly lurked near that guy, looking for an opening to kill him in one strike. Lei Xingfeng realized that this guy had his own way of dealing with restrictions. He was very careful. From time to time, he would throw large rocks or tree fragments in front of him. Once he triggered a restriction array, he would change directions. It should be known that there were many gaps in this compound restriction array. Lei Xingfeng had set up the array in a hurry. There were many gaps. If he was careful, he would not fall into the restriction array. After observing for a while, Lei Xingfeng could not find a chance to launch a sneak attack. Without a choice, Lei Xingfeng could only attack forcefully. He wanted to see if he could defeat this guy directly. Of course, it was still a sneak attack. His sword seal shot out and silently aimed at that guy's back. He did not know if it was his innate talent or his high vigilance. Anyway, when the sword seal approached that guy, that annoying tail appeared again and whipped the sword seal. Lei Xingfeng was furious. This guy was too smart. He could not launch a sneak attack at all. His sword seal suddenly expanded to 7 or 8 meters. The giant sword seal crashed over. Since he could not assassinate, he would meet force with force. That guy's tail instantly expanded as well. It actually clashed with Lei Xingfeng's sword seal. The two of them attacked back and forth. Lei Xingfeng consciously retreated. That guy was obviously furious. He kept attacking. Lei Xingfeng fought for a while and knew that this guy's strength was higher than his. Although it was not by much, he felt that it was a little difficult to deal with him. Therefore, he would shoot out lightning from time to time. Silver snakes danced wildly. Whip shadows overlap. Flashes of light mixed with rumbling sounds. Smoke and dust billowed. The two of them were locked in battle. As Lei Xingfeng retreated and dodged, that guy acted as if he was on drugs. He attacked crazily. Slowly retreating, slowly baiting, Xinfeng wasn't willing to fight to the death in the forbidden formation. After a while, Lei Xingfeng suddenly retreated rapidly. That guy roared. His body swayed continuously as he quickly approached. Then, that guy saw Lei Xingfeng reveal a strange smile. He was immediately shocked and wanted to escape. Lei Xingfeng coldly said, "Want to run? Too late. Ha!" Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts as thick as buckets appeared out of thin air. They instantly converged and struck that guy. Lei Xingfeng's sword seal also attacked crazily. With the help of the thunder-killing array, he was confident that he could kill this guy. Countless lightning bolts struck. Under Lei Xingfeng's command, the entire forbidden array quickly gathered energy. The power of the entire thunder-killing array increased step by step. The lightning bolts turned from silver-white to blue-white, and then to purple. Thunder rumbled and struck that guy until his whole body trembled. This time, he was really afraid. He desperately struggled to escape. Unfortunately, he was in the forbidden array. Everything was out of his control. Chapter 724. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. What was even more terrifying was that the sword seal was hiding in the lightning and constantly launching sneak attacks. That person's tail seemed to have a pair of eyes. Every fatal sneak attack was blocked by him. It was like an automatic blocking machine, which made Lei Xingfeng very angry. The thunder-killing array, after Xianfeng had learned about natural restrictions, its power had increased greatly. Perhaps he wasn't good at other attribute-killing arrays, but the thunder-killing array was what he was most proficient at. With lightning attacks as the main attack and the sword seal as support, the combination of the two increased the power by more than 2 times. Although that outsider was relatively strong and stronger than Lei Xingfeng, his hands and feet were tied in the restriction array. He could not display his strength at all. Even if he could display a certain amount of strength, he was still suppressed by Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng also had a headache. This person was very tenacious and strong. He was still standing after being bombarded for so long. After attacking for half an hour, he still could not kill that outsider. Lei Xingfeng was secretly anxious. He was not afraid that he could not kill his opponent. With the restriction array's power and his strength, he could wear this guy down. Lei Xingfeng was really worried about the person who escaped. He was afraid that he would call for reinforcements. He was anxious to leave this place. Even if Lei Xingfeng had set up a restriction array, he still felt that this place was a big pit. He was anxious to jump out of this pit. Therefore, in order to leave as soon as possible, he did not hesitate to activate the thunder-killing array's potential. In other words, after a certain period of time, this thunder-killing array would collapse. The restriction components and restriction hub of the array would all collapse, and it would not be able to be reused. One had to know that the restriction components and restriction hub were refined using a large amount of materials. There was no lack of extremely precious materials. Once they were destroyed, Lei Xingfeng's loss would not be small. Finally, the foreign tribesman couldn't hold on any longer. The power of the lightning was too great, and his body was beginning to suffer damage. In addition, Lei Xingfeng's sword imprint appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He would sneak attack from time to time, and he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, the foreign tribesman released his true body, and he began to fight with all his might. Once the true body was released, in addition to being suppressed by the formation, the lightning attacks were even more violent. However, the outsider had used the true body to raise his strength to the maximum. His true body was more than 30 meters tall. This was because it was suppressed by the formation, so it could not be raised to the maximum. Even so, his strength had increased by a large margin. He waved his huge tail and began to whip around randomly. Lei Xingfeng understood in his heart that only the real body could fight against the thunder-killing array. If he did not do anything, then this guy could destroy the thunder-killing array with the power of the real body. As a last resort, Lei Xingfeng also released his true body. His advantage was that he was the one who set up the formation, so the formation did not restrict or suppress him. Therefore, when his true body came out, it was more than 80 meters tall. The huge true body held a huge sword imprint in its hand. Lei Xingfeng waved the sword imprint without hesitation and smashed it fiercely. The huge tail whipped over, but this time it was not a small sword imprint. It was a huge sword imprint. Whether it was the weight or the volume, it was huge. The two instantly collided. Gotcha! Boom! The foreign tribesman was sent flying, and Lei Xingfeng was also forced to retreat. This attack showed the advantage of having a weapon. The foreign tribesman was using a part of his true body to fight, but Lei Xingfeng was using a weapon. It was like a mortal using their fists to hit an iron bar. The consequences were very serious. What was worse was that the lightning was still targeting the foreign tribesman. The lightning was always there, and coupled with Lei Xingfeng's attack, the foreign tribesman finally felt a fatal threat. Lei Xingfeng's two claws grabbed the sword imprint and smashed it back and forth. At this time, he did not understand. With the suppression of the formation and the slashing of the lightning, even if the opponent was strong, he would not have the opportunity to display his strength. He was like a madman, smashing and smashing like crazy in order to exhaust the opponent's strength. Boom, boom, boom. Every attack used up all of Lei Yin's strength. Ever since Lei Yin was modified, Lei Xingfeng always felt that Lei Yin had become stronger. However, he had never tested it before. This time, he had a taste of Lei Yin's strength. The crazier Lei Xingfeng was, the more excited he became. Slashing and smashing, his unreasonable fighting style made him experience a special kind of pleasure for the first time. It was 2F*King satisfying. Roaring, one attack after another, Lei Xingfeng felt like he was hammering iron. He even hit with a rhythm. Among the rumbling sounds, not only were his own roars mixed in, but also the strange cries of his opponent. He could see that his opponent's true body was trembling. Every time he smashed, his opponent's true body would shrink by a few meters. At first, Lei Xingfeng did not notice, but as he smashed, he realized that his opponent had shrunk by half. Only then did he know that his smashing was definitely effective. The foreign tribesman wanted to cry but had no tears. If it was outside, without the restriction of the formation, he would have all kinds of methods. Whether it was to fight or escape, he had all kinds of method. However, here, he had no way at all. He could only resist. How could he accept this? It was too sullen. One was getting high, the other was sullen. Both of them were in extreme states. The more Lei Xingfeng fought, the crazier he became. He really used all of his strength to beat his opponent. The rumbling sounds became more and more intense, and his opponent's resistance became weaker and weaker. Lei Xingfeng's true body once again grew to 100 meters. The foreign tribesman could no longer resist. He was directly smashed into the ground by Lei Xingfeng's sword seal. In an instant, the foreign tribesman's true body disappeared. That huge power poured into his body. If it was not his true body, his body would not be able to withstand it. In an instant, that person was smashed into meat paste. Only then did Lei Xingfeng put away his sword seal and true body. He squatted on the ground, panting. In such a short time, he was also exhausted. His eyes were shining and his body was trembling. He sat on the ground, panting. Killing this guy was much more tiring than killing the previous 8. He had killed 9 foreign tribesmen in one breath. If this was known by the cultivators in the camp, Lei Xingfeng would probably become famous. Unfortunately, the people in the camp would not know. Lei Xingfeng sat on the ground, still gnashing his teeth. It was not to become famous, but because the gains did not make up for the losses. He had killed 9 experts, but he had suffered a great loss. This thunder-killing formation, from the restriction components to the restriction core, had all been destroyed. It was impossible for him to find any residue. After resting for more than 2 hours, he finally recovered a little. He stood up with difficulty. This battle made him very emotional. The restriction was really powerful and very useful. He could not stay here any longer. Lei Xingfeng stood up and prepared to clean up the restriction. Most of the restriction components could be reused. He would not give them up. These things had taken a lot of effort to refine. He could not bear to throw them away, so he had to dig them out one by one. Before he dug out a few, Lei Xingfeng felt that something was wrong. He jumped onto a big tree and looked into the distance. He could only see a few black dots flying over quickly. When he looked back, there were a few more black dots. His eyes flickered with silver light. In an instant, he could see the people in the distance clearly. The foreign tribesmen's reinforcements had arrived. Lei Xingfeng hurriedly put the restriction components back into the ground. He was still cursing. He knew that he could not escape. However, he had his own methods. He stopped the entire formation and only activated 3 concealment restrictions. At the same time, he quickly set up a new thunder-killing formation. When the restrictions stopped, the forest regained its tranquility. Lei Xingfeng thought to himself, "Come in if you have the ability. As long as you step into this place, I am confident that I can make you all stay." There was no way to escape. Lei Xingfeng was actually unwilling to fight with these foreign tribesmen. If he lost, he would be finished. If he won, there would be no benefit. This kind of battle was not to his liking. This was a losing deal. However, this was not up to Lei Xingfeng. The enemy had come to him. He had no choice but to receive them. Even if he suffered a loss, he had to deal with them. This made Lei Xingfeng gnash his teeth in hatred. Thinking about the restrictions performance before, Lei Xingfeng sat in the concealment restriction and slowly recalled. He also adjusted some of the restrictions design. This was the only benefit he gained. After the restriction went through actual combat, he could find the inadequacies and then consider how to make up for them. In the restriction array there were many preset restriction nodes. These restriction nodes would not trigger the restriction. However, Lei Xingfeng could grasp the entire restriction state. As long as someone entered the restriction, he would quickly discover it. 1, 2, 3 Lei Xingfeng hid in the concealment restriction and silently counted the number of people who came in. 5 foreign tribesmen came in. However, Lei Xingfeng knew that there were more outside. However, they did not come in. After waiting for more than half an hour, Lei Xingfeng understood that the people outside would not come in. They were also afraid that they would all be trapped. As for the 5 people who came in, they began to wreak havoc. Lei Xingfeng immediately activated the restriction. In an instant, the people who came in were trapped in the restriction array. The 5 people revealed their true forms and began a large-scale destruction. At the same time, they shouted loudly and searched for the 9 people from before. Unfortunately, they did not know where to find them. The direction of their attacks was wrong. Although they swept through a large part of the forest, they did not affect the restriction set up. As for the 9 people, there was no news. Therefore, when the restriction was activated, the 5 people seemed to have been prepared. They each placed down a restriction isolation circle. This was the first time Lei Xingfeng had seen something like this. The so-called restriction isolation circle was a circle of energy. It directly repelled the restriction's pressure. 4 red lights surrounded the body, which could reduce the restriction's power. Of course, this thing was not omnipotent. If they encountered a killing array, this thing would not be of much use. With the restriction isolation circle, they could move freely in the restriction array. At least they would not be completely lost in the restriction array. This was very disadvantageous for Lei Xingfeng. However, Lei Xingfeng did not care. After entering the restriction, he could only think of a way to kill them. As for the people outside, he had no other way for the time being. It was impossible for him to rush out and fight. Chapter 725. The 5 of them were scattered in the array. What made Lei Xingfeng most regretful was that none of them had fallen into the killing array. They were all in the illusion array. Lei Xingfeng quickly found an outsider. This person also had a tail. Lei Xingfeng had a headache dealing with this race. That tail was too flexible and could automatically block sneak attack. Lei Xingfeng pondered for a moment and decided to give up on this person for the time being. He would pick the weak ones first and kill the strong ones last. Lei Xingfeng had a clear understanding of this point. Turning around and leaving, Lei Xingfeng disappeared into the array. In just a moment, Lei Xingfeng found an intruder. He was trapped in the array and could not find his way out. After assassinating a few times, Lei Xingfeng's experience in the array was getting richer. Of course, he would not let this guy go. His sword imprint flew out and instantly killed him. Of the 5 outsiders who entered the array, other than the guy with the long tail who crippled Lei Xingfeng a little, the others were all killed in one blow. It was as easy as killing chickens or ducks. After killing the 5 people who entered the array, Lei Xingfeng did not dare to leave the array. He could only wait in the array. After waiting for about 2 days, the people outside started to get impatient. However, no one dared to enter the array. Instead, they crazily attacked outside the array, trying to destroy the array from the outside. Lei Xingfeng secretly calculated. There were 7 outsiders outside, and one of them was extremely strong. Lei Xingfeng calculated that if he did not have the help of the array, he would not be able to defeat this guy. Moreover, the other party had helpers. Since he could not leave, Lei Xingfeng was not in a hurry. He would just cultivate. In any case, cultivating here was surprisingly effective. Lei Xingfeng would replace and repair the restriction components once they couldn't withstand the attacks from the outside. He couldn't go out and fight, but he could control the restriction and prevent it from being destroyed. This was not a problem for him at all. It was just that it required a lot of materials. Both sides were in a stalemate. The other side did not even see anyone. They only knew that they had suffered heavy losses. There was no news of the previous 9 people, and another 5 people had been trapped. There was still no trace of them. This made the people outside cautious. They did not dare to charge into the formation. Lei Xingfeng also did not dare to stop the restriction array, because once he stopped the operation of the array, the other party could use extremely clumsy methods to destroy the restriction. Simply lifting up the ground was enough. With the strength of a cultivator, this method was quite practical. However, when the restriction was in operation, it was impossible to lift up the ground to destroy the restriction components. The only way was to forcefully attack the restriction formation and consume its energy. Once it reached a certain level, it might be possible to cause the restriction formation to collapse. Lei Xingfeng, of course, would not let the other party succeed. Once the restriction formation collapsed, he would be exposed. He did not have the confidence to fight so many experts. Hiding at the edge of the restriction formation, he watched the group of people vigorously attacking. Large areas of the forest burned and collapsed, making all kinds of sounds. He looked at the upside-down trees in the sky. The space here was relatively large. It was at least a few thousand meters away from the forest in the sky. Looking from afar, it was a blur of green. Lei Xingfeng began to worry as he casually repaired the restriction component. While he trapped the enemy, he also trapped himself. He let out a long sigh. After Xing Feng forcibly took him away and unexpectedly lost contact with the mirror realm, he had almost given up. He had followed Xing Feng for a while. He did not expect that when he came out to collect materials, he would be trapped in this place. If it were not for the help of the restriction, he would have been killed. Lei Xingfeng was depressed and even more homesick. He did not know how to go back. However, when Lei Xingfeng advanced to the monarch rank, even though he was only a primary monarch rank, he felt a slight difference. That was that he could vaguely feel the mirror realm. However, he could not grasp it. According to Lei Xingfeng's thoughts, he might be able to contact the mirror realm if he advanced again. Or if he got closer, it might have the same effect. Now, it seemed that if he left the crack and went to the continent outside, he might be able to contact the mirror realm. Thinking of this, Lei Xingfeng's heart began to heat up. If he could go back, he would leave without a care for anything. If he wanted to leave by force, he could open the secret door. However, the entire restriction formation would not be able to be retrieved. This would be a huge loss for Lei Xingfeng. As for leaving Xing Feng, Lei Xingfeng would not hesitate at all. Of course, if he really left and met Xing Feng again, it would be very dangerous. Lei Xingfeng had wanted to run for a long time, but he had nowhere to go. In addition, Xing Feng was abnormally strong. Also, there were many benefits to being by Xing Feng's side. For example, Lei Xingfeng successfully advanced to the monarch rank on his first try. This was all thanks to Xing Feng. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng did not hate Xing Feng. However, he did not want to follow Xing Feng forever. If there was a chance, he would not mind escaping. Thinking about it, Lei Xingfeng would definitely take back some of the precious restriction hubs and replace them with cheap materials. As long as the restriction formation could last for 1 or 2 days, it would be fine. Even so, half of the restriction components would be wasted. Although Lei Xingfeng was heartbroken, he still decided to give them up. After sorting out the coordinates along the way, Lei Xingfeng opened the secret door and instantly left the crack. He arrived at an unfamiliar continent. He was very careful. Because his strength was not as strong as Xingfeng's, he did not dare to open the secret door and cross over many continents like Xingfeng. He was very careful as he crossed over one continent after another. He also paid attention to the mirror realm's connection. If he stepped on a continent and felt that he was closer to the mirror realm, he would try to cross the continent and check the connection with the mirror realm again on the next continent. If he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately go to the previous continent and choose a new direction to go to a new continent. Just like this, he slowly compared the continent. As his feeling of the mirror realm became clearer, he knew that it would not be long before he could return to the mirror realm. Opening the secret door consumed a lot of Lei Yin's energy, so Lei Xingfeng needed time to rest and search for all kinds of materials. As his feeling of the mirror realm became clearer, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to collect more materials before returning, so he slowed down. As for Xingfeng, he had long forgotten about her. This escape lasted for 3 years. Exhilarating himself didn't know how many continents he had run to. He had recorded countless coordinates of continents. According to his estimations, even if Xingfeng wanted to chase him, it would be an impossible task. In the outer space, his existence was like a drop of water in the ocean, a grain of sand in the desert. Once separated, it would be impossible to find him. Lei Xingfeng also believed that Xingfeng would not chase after him. He had obtained the key to the fantasy sky realm and believed that he had already entered it. Finally, after crossing over a continent, Lei Xingfeng felt that he could catch the mirror realm. He fought hard and suddenly came out of the mirror realm's courtyard. He was home. Lei Xingfeng sat on the ground. Because of the long distance, his energy was almost depleted. Wow! Ah heavens! There was a series of screams, and then he saw a large group of familiar faces. Lei Xingfeng sat on the ground and laughed foolishly. He said, "I'm finally back. Ha! Ha! A phone! A phone! Master is back. Quickly go and inform everyone." In a moment, people surrounded Lei Xingfeng. Thunderstorm, little sister Lei Xingfeng, Master Guqi, founder Wu Yang, Master's wife Tangya, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love, Jean Dia and Jean Depang, and even Senior Brothers World. They all gathered around and looked at Lei Xingfeng foolishly. Thunderstorm said, "A phone, you were missing for so long. Where did you go?" Wu Yang said, "A phone and no, a phone is so strong." With this, everyone noticed that Lei Xingfeng's strength was unfathomable. Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone sit down and listen to me." Everyone sat down with their legs crossed. Lei Xingyao sat beside her brother and held Lei Xingfeng's arm with one hand. Exhilarating started his story from searching the ruins until he found Xingfeng and was captured by her. Along the way, only when Xingfeng had completely let down her guard did Exhilarating find a chance to escape alone. When everyone heard that Lei Xingfeng had reached the monarch rank, they were all shocked. Even Wu Yang was dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. He could reach the monarch rank just by going out? Then I'll go out too. Everyone had the same thought. Practitioners didn't have any other desires. The only thing they had in common was to become stronger. This was an obsession that every practitioner with some achievement wanted. Lei Xingfeng asked after he finished, "Is there any news from Ming-Zhe Alliance?" Wu Yang said, "Ever since we lost contact with you, we all returned to the mirror world. We don't dare to go out for now. Everyone is cultivating and trying to increase their strength. We just don't have enough resources. If you didn't come back, we planned to go out and look for you. But you know, this is too difficult." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "We don't have to worry about resources. With the mirror world, we can go to the distant outer space. There are countless continents there. Ming-Zhe alliance is still too far away. Wu Yang said, I think so too. With Ming-Zhe alliance here, we can't develop. We have to leave this place. Thunderstorm said, if you want to leave, a Feng, you can't go to the magnetic storm mountains. Lei Xingfeng shook his head, there's no need to go. We started off on the wrong path. If we don't have a good foundation, it will be hard to improve in the later stages. We need to adjust. Actually, he knew that some people could adjust, but some people couldn't. For example, Thunderstorm and Wu Yang. Wu Yang said, what? Wrong foundation? Lei Xingfeng nodded. The person who caught me is called Xing Feng. His strength is unfathomable. Under his guidance, I was able to stabilize my foundation. At the same time, my strength increased rapidly. So everyone needs to adjust. If you cultivate in the wrong direction, there will be big problems in the future. Everyone's expression changed. One had to know that in this lifetime of cultivation, who hadn't suffered greatly. Everyone knew how difficult it was to adjust. Chapter 726. Xian Feng took out a few star python records. These were the experiences he had recorded while he was on the road, as well as his understanding of cultivation. Many of them were new cultivation knowledge taught by Xing Feng, basic knowledge that was useful to all practitioners. Ah Yi, Ancestral Master, this is some basic cultivation knowledge. Let the Ancestral Master copy it and distribute it. Everyone can improve according to this cultivation method. Wu Yang, Guqi, Thunderstorm, and the others were extremely excited. Lei Xingfeng would either not come back or give them a huge surprise. Thunderstorm said, all right, a Feng, are you still going to leave this time? Xian Feng laughed, not for now, let's rest for a while, I'm too tired. Wu Yang took the star python records and checked it. All right, I will make a copy and distribute it to everyone. Guqi said, a Feng, are we still going back to the Ming-Zhe alliance? Lei Xingfeng shook his head. No. First, it will take too long. Second, the Ming-Zhe alliance is not that valuable anymore. Wu Yang said, yes, what about our bases? Lei Xingfeng had unknowingly gained his own status. Even Wu Yang had to respect his opinion. Lei Xingfeng said, let's retreat. The mirror realm can't take care of them. Let's go to the center of outer space. There are more suitable continents there. There are also plenty of resources. It is much better than here. As long as we are careful, we can welcome our own development. Wu Yang nodded. Yes, we have trained many new disciples. They are all gathered to learn. Jean Depeng interrupted. A Feng, I have already asked people to prepare a delicious meal. It will be served soon. Xian Feng climbed up and laughed. That's great, I've finished all the food I've stored. The group of people entered the wooden hut and sat down one by one. Jean Depeng directed a group of disciples to bring out all kinds of delicacies from the kitchen. Lei Xingfeng took a bite of the food and sighed, I haven't had a peaceful meal all this time. A black shadow flashed by and he heard, wow, wow. Grandpa is back. Gah. The black bird landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and said, Caw, caw, where did you go? You don't even care about Beard, caw, caw. Blackbird looked very unhappy. Lei Xingfeng tilted his head to look at it and said, not bad, not bad. The blackbird was proud and said, Quack, of course, the bird works hard. Wu Yang smiled and said, Niao Beard's strength isn't inferior to mine. He's also one of our secret sect's great expert. The bird Buddha laughed complacently, cawing continuously. Lei Xingfeng asked, Where did Gao Yi go? I didn't see him come. Thunderstorm said, Gao Yi went to the ice palace and hasn't come back for a while. I don't know what treasure he found. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Send someone to find him. When everyone comes back, we'll leave. Lei Xingfeng was relieved that nothing big had happened at home. He was most afraid that no one was home when he came back, and he was also afraid that something had happened at home. After all, he had been away for too long. Lei Xingfeng said as he ate. I still have to go to the ruins and see the situation there. It was Dama and Qing Mu who brought Lei Xingfeng into the ruins. After so many years, he didn't know if the last restriction of the ruins had been broken. With Lei Xingfeng's understanding of restrictions, this restriction was nothing. Breaking it was a simple matter. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't have much confidence in the restriction masters of the Ming-Zhe alliance. This restriction had trapped Xingfeng for countless years, and Xingfeng's strength was higher than Dama and Qing Mu's. Whether Dama and Qing Mu left or not, Lei Xingfeng felt that he should go and see. After all, these two experts were quite good to him. Relying on the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng could easily enter the ruins. The coordinates were all ready-made. After eating, Lei Xingfeng asked the ancestor to gather everyone and let them all enter the mirror realm. He brought the black bird and went to the ruins. He directly entered the restriction circle of the ruins. Lei Xingfeng found that the entire restriction had been broken. After walking around, Lei Xingfeng knew that the entire restriction had been broken. Dama and Qing Mu had already left. Since the two of them were free, Lei Xingfeng didn't go to the Ming-Zhe alliance to find them. He didn't have any intention of staying there. When he returned to the mirror realm, he saw a steady stream of people entering the mirror realm. A large number of ordinary people had entered the mirror realm. The original production base had been moved to the mirror realm. After such a long period of careful care, the number of ordinary people had increased greatly. The current population had reached hundreds of thousands. Many of them were people with cultivation aptitude. They were all accepted into the secret sect for training. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to bring people to the big crack. However, he decided to find a suitable base near the big crack, including a production base, a resource base, and a base suitable for cultivation. The mirror realm wasn't omnipotent. Although the mirror realm's secret sect was more powerful than an individual secret sect and could cover a longer distance, it was far inferior to a giant secret sect. Even so, it took a lot less time to reach the big crack. After all, the mirror realm was an excellent tool for long-distance movement. The distance it covered was second only to a large secret sect. Lei Xingfeng didn't want to manage the entire secret sect. Based on his current strength and the rules of the cultivation world, he could completely accept the management of the entire secret sect. However, this wasn't his concern. After seeing the experts of the cultivation world, he knew that his strength was far from enough. The most important thing was to cultivate and improve his strength. Lei Xingfeng had a clear understanding of this. The reason Lei Xingfeng wanted to go near the big crack was that he had discovered that cultivating there was much better than cultivating here. For some reason, it seemed that the closer he was to the center of the extraterrestrial starry sky, the better the effects of cultivating there. After Lei Xingfeng returned to the mirror realm, he experimented and discovered that the effects of cultivating there were completely different world. For this reason, he even went to the magnetic storm mountain range. The originally terrifying thunder and lightning were nothing to him. He could even completely absorb the thunder and lightning into Lei Yin without leaking a single bit. However, the effect wasn't as good as cultivating in the big crack. In the magnetic storm mountain range, exhilarating had even caused all the lightning in the magnetic storm mountain range to stagnate. After walking one round, only a small amount of lightning was left, almost sucking all the lightning in the magnetic storm mountain range dry. Even exhilarating himself was shocked by this result. For this reason, Lei Xingfeng had to go back. Fortunately, as long as everyone stayed in the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng could take them on a long journey without worrying about leaving anyone behind. This was the benefit of using the secret sect. Because of the mirror realm and the coordinates of the continents that Lei Xingfeng had passed through, the journey was easy. It only took them 100 days to return to the big crack. In fact, there were countless continents here. Even Lei Xingfeng hadn't come into contact with many of them. After Lei Xingfeng located the coordinates, he immediately sent everyone out to explore. The secret sect in the mirror realm showed the coordinates of countless continents. It was impossible for one person to explore. Everyone had to work together to find a suitable continent and build their own base. They were divided into dozens of teams. Lei Xingfeng also led a team that included Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, Jean Dia, Lei Xingyao, and Beard the Bird. As for Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, Wu Yang, Gucci, and the other masters, they all led their own teams to explore each continent. Lei Xingfeng repeatedly told them to return to the mirror realm immediately if they encountered an enemy. Don't try to conquer the continent. Even if there was no one here, once there was someone, they wouldn't be able to deal with them, let alone human practitioners. They were too strong. As soon as they saw something wrong, they had to give up immediately. Although they didn't understand this point, they still trusted Lei Xingfeng. If they encountered humans or outsiders, they had to return to the mirror realm immediately and report the location of the continent. There were too many continents to choose from. Even if they formed dozens of teams, they couldn't explore much. Lei Xingfeng led them to a continent. After a quick glance, they immediately returned to the mirror realm and chose a new continent. In one day, Lei Xingfeng explored dozens of continents. Because of the mirror realm's secret sect, they only consumed energy, so they could explore without caring about the cost. After 2 days, they found the first suitable place for ordinary people to live in. Finding a suitable continent was like panning for gold. Although there was a lot of gold, there were even more stones, so it wasn't easy to find a suitable continent. When the news came, almost everyone went to check it out. Lei Xingfeng also led a few people there. Most of the continents here were deserts. There were no plants or animals, and many of them had bad weather. Ordinary people couldn't survive at all. This was a green continent. After Lei Xingfeng entered, he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. It's suitable for production and breeding. It's not a problem to use it as a living base." If they wanted to use a large virgin forest as a breeding base, they had to cut down the forest and level the land. According to some people, they could burn a large piece of land by setting fire. Lei Xingfeng agreed with this, saying, as long as they circled the quarantine zone, setting fire was the fastest way to clear the forest. Large trees could be cut down first. They were good materials for building. Therefore, the first thing to do was to cut down the forest. The second thing to do was to clear the quarantine zone. The third thing to do was to set fire. Chopping down trees was a difficult task. Fortunately, there were many ordinary people. During the initial search, although there were some ferocious beasts on this continent, there were no cultivators or outsiders. There were also no traces of star beasts. Relatively speaking, this was a relatively safe continent. Chapter 727. Lei Xingfeng directly used his sword seal to chop down the trees. As soon as the sword seal was used, the thick ancient trees were chopped down. Behind him, a group of people were busy chopping down the branches. Some practitioners put the sorted tree trunks into their hidden Luan space and brought them to the open space to deal with them. Soon, many people revealed their true forms. It was easier to chop down the trees like this, but they needed to replenish their energy when they rested. Rumbling sounds shook the earth. With the large-scale chopping and the countless ordinary people working, this place became a huge construction site. Because there was a group of experts, the chopping was very fast. In addition, there were hundreds of thousands of young and strong ordinary people. Therefore, in a few days, a large open space was cleared. Most of the trees here were ordinary trees, but there were a few precious ones. There were also some spirit herbs and spirit herbs. Under Lei Xingfeng's observation, they were all picked by Lei Xingyao one by one. These good materials were not wasted. After about 7 to 8 days, they cleared a few square kilometers and cleared out a large area. Then, with a big fire, they burned all the remaining trees. The fire burned for 3 days. This was with the help of many fire-type practitioners who added oil to the fire and helped to clear it out. Everyone started to build houses and reclaim the land. Lei Xingfeng started to set up the restriction formation. The restriction formation could not only block unknown enemies, it could also block all kinds of wild beasts. Practitioners were not afraid of wild beasts, but ordinary people were not. With the restriction formation, there would be a stable base. Lei Xingfeng understood this very well. With the Mirror World's production, it could not support so many ordinary people. There must be a stable production base. Lei Xingfeng and the others did not need to worry about clearing the roots, plowing the land, and planting the seed. Ordinary people were already used to these things. Lei Xingfeng and the other practitioners' mission was to find the location of the base, determine the range of the base, and set up the restriction formation. They did not need to worry about anything else. Building houses and other things did not need to be done by them. After Lei Xingfeng quickly set up the restriction formation, he helped to build the second base. Just one base was far from enough. There were a total of 7 bases, each with thousands of people. Among them, there were 2 large production bases, covering an area of dozens of square kilometers and with a population of more than 10,000 people. There were only 7 bases on this continent, and any more would be unrealistic. If they were discovered by other people or by outsiders, these 7 bases would immediately retreat. If there were too many bases on one continent, the losses would be too great, and the secret sect would not be able to bear it. Therefore, the 7 bases were confirmed, cleared, and built. After Lei Xingfeng set up the restriction, the cultivators left this continent and returned to the Mirror Realm. Everyone re-established the exploration team and continued to look for suitable continents to build bases. Lei Xingfeng led a few people to a random continent, opened the secret door to the Mirror Realm, and walked in. When Lei Xingfeng walked out, he was completely stunned. Mad Eagle said, F***CK, why are there so many wastelands? Another one. A phone, go back. Lei Xingfeng stared into the distance. Tiger Love saw that something was wrong and said, What's wrong? Is there an enemy? Lei Xingyao said, Brother, what's wrong? She also saw that something was wrong. Lei Xingfeng was staring into the distance. She stepped forward and grabbed Lei Xingfeng's arm, which woke Lei Xingfeng up. Xianfeng laughed loudly, scaring the crowd to the point of being dumbstruck. Blackbird said, It's over. Boss is crazy. Lei Xingfeng raised his hand and slapped Blackbird away. He said, What do you know? This is a resource continent. Haha, it's the resource continent that we lack the most. As long as they found a resource continent, they would be rich. Lei Xingfeng said, Someone go back and report, and then ask them to send people here. Jean Dia said, I'll go back. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Those who can come, come. We lack a lot of people here. According to Lei Xingfeng's opinion, it was a destructive development. If this place was discovered by other practitioners or outsiders, they would not be able to get anything. Therefore, it must be a large-scale development. Even if it was a destructive development, they would not hesitate and would need a lot of people. Lei Xingfeng was not in a hurry to explore. At a glance, there were colorful lights in front of him. This was a large number of mineral veins. He knew from experience that there were all kinds of rare mineral veins, and most importantly, there were many energy-type minerals. When Lei Xingfeng flew into the air, he could tell that there was a large number of mineral veins tangled together. In addition to energy veins, there were all kinds of mineral veins. In fact, Lei Xingfeng had traveled to many continents and found some mineral veins. However, they were all sparse and not worth the effort to excavate, unless there was a precious mineral vein. However, precious mineral veins were almost impossible to find. Resource-type continents were even rarer than continents suitable for building bases. Being able to find one was a great stroke of luck. After a short while, Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, Gao Yi, and the others all arrived. Feng Qinzong asked, There are mines here? Lei Xingfeng smiled. Not only are there, but there are a lot of them. Even ordinary people can enter. Although this place is not suitable for farming, ordinary people can still mine. Wu Yang looked up and saw a barren desert. The wind was strong, but there was not a trace of greenery. He said, "Take us to see." Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go," and flew into the distance. After flying for about 20 minutes, Lei Xingfeng descended. He said, "Everyone, follow me." Everyone followed. This was a flat, sandy ground. No one could see what was here. They all looked at Lei Xingfeng in confusion. After Lei Xingfeng landed, he said, "Everyone, spread out." Everyone spread out and looked at Lei Xingfeng. They didn't know what this guy was going to do. Ever since Lei Xingfeng's sudden return, everyone felt that Lei Xingfeng had changed greatly. There was a terrifying aura around him. They all knew that Lei Xingfeng's cultivation had increased greatly, but they didn't know to what extent. Lei Xingfeng saw that everyone had left and smiled. He shook his shoulders and said, "Birdbeard, go to the side." Birdbeard flapped his wings and flew up. He muttered, "What are you doing, Caw?" As soon as the black bird flew up, Lei Xingfeng released Lei Yin. When Lei Xingfeng's real body appeared, Wu Yang and the others immediately fainted. That huge aura poured down as soon as the real body appeared. Originally, Lei Xingfeng was still restraining his aura, but when the real body appeared, he couldn't restrain his aura. Because of the huge difference in level between Lei Xingfeng and them, when the real body appeared, almost everyone knelt down in fear. 2 huge claws were directly inserted into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge pit was created. 2 claws were continuously inserted into the ground, lifting up several meters of sand and gravel, revealing the mineral vein below. Everyone was really scared. Lei Xingfeng's real body was too shocking. That kind of huge aura was revealed. No one could withstand it. One by one, they retreated. Wu Yang said in shock, "This is a Feng's strength. Heavens, this is too terrifying. How did he cultivate?" Gucci said, "This is unbelievable. I am no match for him at all." Thunderstorm was shocked, but he was a little proud. "This is my grandson, but he can be so powerful. Ha!" Lei Xingfeng dug a big pit and said, "This is a point. Everyone, follow me. I will choose a place. Everyone, dig a point." The real body moved and walked not far away. In just a few steps, he crossed a few hundred meters. He bent down and dug again. Because the real body was really huge, it was very convenient to dig. Soon, a big pit was dug, revealing the mineral vein underground. After digging a few dozen pits, Lei Xingfeng stopped and instantly withdrew his real body. After recovering, he said, "Okay, let's take care of this mineral vein first. Ancestor, half of the people, the rest follow me." The crowd was speechless. This strength, this eyesight, it was not something they could compare to. When did Xianfeng become so strong? Was it because he dared to roam the outside world? After a while, Lei Xingfeng came to another mineral vein gathering point and released his real body to dig again. After a while, a few dozen more pits appeared on the ground. Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, send people back to the mirror realm. Let's send the cultivators to dig first. After all, we can use the hidden Luan space." Wu Yang said, "I will organize it." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Not far ahead, there is an energy mineral vein. I will go and dig it." Gucci said, "Is it a natural energy mineral vein?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, but without special methods, it can't be condensed. Yes, it needs to reach a certain level of cultivation. Otherwise, it can't be condensed." Gucci wisely did not ask. If he did, he would probably be embarrassed. He could see that Lei Xingfeng was not willing to say more. Thunderstorm followed and said, "How do you condense it?" He was the grandfather, so no matter what, he would not be embarrassed or jealous. Lei Xingfeng said, "This is a method. It needs a lot of strength to condense the energy." Thunderstorm smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Feng, you are finally stronger than all of us." If Lei Xingfeng was still in his hometown, he would be satisfied. Of course, he was happy to be able to reach this level. But after seeing a master like Xingfeng, he was not satisfied with his cultivation. He wanted to go further, but at this level it was difficult to improve. Not only did it require hard work, but it also required a lot of materials. Without materials, it would be difficult to improve his Lei. Lei Xingfeng said, "Ah Yi, I may be strong in the hidden sect, but I am far from enough outside." Lei Bao nodded, "I know. There are countless experts in the outside world. Forget it, I don't have much ambition anymore. Being able to see Feng's improvement is enough for me." Chapter 728. Lei Xingfeng nodded. "I don't know where to live anymore, especially the people in the secret sections. If a cultivator doesn't reach a certain level, they can't go out at all. As for ordinary people, if they don't have the help of a cultivator, they basically have no hope of surviving." Thunderstorm sighed. "Feng, I didn't expect that bringing you out of your hometown would turn out like this." Lei Xingfeng said, "Ah Yi, there's no point in staying in your hometown. It's better to come out." Thunderstorm said, Yes, if you don't come out, you won't know how big the world is." Even an old guy like Thunderstorm had a trace of fear towards the unknown world. The drive he had when he was young had long disappeared. Last time, when Lei Xingfeng disappeared, he was extremely nervous and annoyed. Most of the time, he stayed in the mirror realm, waiting for Lei Xingfeng to come back. Lei Xingfeng came to the natural energy vein and said, "I want to condense some energy blocks." Thunderstorm said, "Okay, I'll watch from the side." Lei Xingfeng nodded. Only then did he release his real body and start to dig the vein. Thunderstorm retreated to the side and watched with satisfaction. He knew that Lei Xingfeng had embarked on another path. This path was no longer one he could take. Large blocks of energy were condensed by Lei Xingfeng. This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't take them back. Instead, he put them directly into the mirror realm. When hundreds of energy blocks were put into the mirror realm, suddenly, the entire mirror realm began to shake. Lei Xingfeng was surprised to find that the mirror realm was becoming stronger. This change made him curious. He called out, "Ah Yi, I'm going back to the mirror realm to take a look." The energy blocks piled up in the mirror realm were rapidly melting. Lei Xingfeng stood at the side and watched carefully. Large chunks of energy melted bit by bit, just like ice melting. Lei Xingfeng infused lightning into his eyes. Instantly, he saw the energy rising and melting rapidly in the air. It was being absorbed by the mirror realm. Lei Xingfeng immediately understood that the mirror world needed energy, but the mirror world couldn't absorb ordinary energy. Only large energy blocks like this could be absorbed by the mirror world. Turning around, Lei Xingfeng continued to condense energy block. Since the mirror world needed them, then Lei Xingfeng would provide them. Although he didn't know what changes would happen to the mirror world, he knew that these changes would be beneficial to the mirror world. In the past, he had been thinking about how to improve the mirror world, but he never had a clue. Who would have thought that a large chunk of energy would have such an effect? As they continued to mine and condense energy blocks, the other members of the secret sect were also frantically excavating ore veins. A large number of people had entered this desert-like continent. After a few days of busy work, Lei Xingfeng directed everyone to excavate energy ores. Now, he didn't have much time to condense the ores. Instead, he needed to mark out the ore veins. Therefore, these natural energy ores became the focus of excavation. This continent wasn't very big. Lei Xingfeng walked around and marked out the important ore veins. The method he used was simple and crude. He revealed his true body, dug a few large holes, and then inserted a large tree trunk into them. As he dug, from afar, the sparse tree trunks showed the direction of the ore veins. This was a very large mining area. The crisscrossing of the huge ore veins stunned the members of the secret sect. Wu Yang and the others looked at the tree trunks and shook their heads. They had never seen so many ore veins before. Moreover, the quality of the ores that were excavated was amazing. Wu Yang could imagine that with these resources, the strength of the entire secret sect would be greatly improved. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng had also given them an extremely advanced cultivation method. The lack of materials hindered the growth of most cultivators. In this world, cultivators not only needed advanced cultivation methods, they also needed suitable materials to quickly improve their cultivation. Wu Yang's secret sect had always been limited to a very small place. There was a lack of information and limited knowledge. Naturally, his cultivation couldn't improve. However, with good cultivation methods and sufficient materials, Wu Yang knew that the entire secret sect was glowing with a new light. A great development was coming. Whether it was Wu Yang, Guqi, or the other upper management of the secret sect, they were all excited. This was the best time to bury themselves in development. Due to the existence of ordinary people, the secret sect had a foundation. As cultivators, low-level cultivators could get married and have children. However, when one reached Wu Yang's level, which was equivalent to a Dao Lord expert, it was basically impossible for them to have children. Therefore, ordinary people were the foundation of cultivators. Having ordinary people was the foundation of the secret sect. This was also why the secret sect had to bring ordinary people along. After Lei Xingfeng marked the ore veins, he began to condense energy block. This thing was too useful and needed to be used in all aspects. This was an energy ore vein that was thousands of meters long. According to Lei Xingfeng's excavation, he found that this ore vein was very large. He didn't have the ability to defy the heavens like Xingfeng, but he had no problem condensing a large crystal each time. After condensing a crystal, he threw it directly into the mirror world. Lei Xingfeng didn't know how much energy the mirror world needed, but he guessed that the mirror world was very eager to replenish energy. Lei Xingfeng focused on condensing the energy crystals. They were all very large crystals. Every time he condensed a crystal, Lei Xingfeng would rest for a few minutes. Normally, after condensing 100 crystals, he would take one crystal and directly give it to Lei Yin. Since he had to release his true body, he had to use a lot of energy crystals. After 15 days of continuous refinement, Lei Xingfeng had consumed almost half of the ore vein. Only then did he decide to take a break. After returning to the mirror world, he first went to the place where the energy crystals were stored. After so many days of refinement, besides putting away a portion, most of the energy crystals were piled up in a hidden place in the mirror world. With Lei Xingfeng's vision, of course, he knew that the energy crystals were still shrinking, but the speed was much slower than before. He also clearly felt that the mirror world had changed. Although he didn't know what the change was, as the owner of the mirror world, he knew that there was a change in the mirror world. Only after a period of time would Lei Xingfeng be able to determine what the change in the mirror world was. After leaving the place where the energy crystals were piled up, Lei Xingfeng returned to his home. When he walked through the door and into the courtyard, he saw a group of people sitting in the wooden shed. It was very lively, and the table was piled with food. Recently it was like this. When the cultivators were tired, they would return to the mirror world to rest. Most people were willing to come to Lei Xingfeng's courtyard. Not only was there a variety of delicious food, but most importantly, as long as Lei Xingfeng returned, he would definitely be able to see him. Lei Xingfeng's position in the hidden sect had reached the peak. The extent to which his words carried weight was comparable to Wu Yang's. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng wasn't an arrogant person, and he didn't want to take over Wu Yang's position. He respected Wu Yang and Guqi from the bottom of his heart. These two people had been very good to him in the beginning. It could be said that without their help, he would never have reached this step. Lei Xingfeng walked in and said, "I'm so tired." He walked into the wooden shed and sat down. "Give me something to eat, I'm starving." He almost didn't rest while condensing the energy crystals. He didn't eat, drink, or sleep. He just crazily purified the energy crystals. It was really tiring. Tiger Love, Mad Eagle, and Jean Dia had returned long ago. Once Lei Xingfeng revealed his true form, they couldn't stay by his side. They could only leave and do other things. The black bird also ran away. Of course, it didn't dare to stay on the resource continent. It followed Jean Dia back to the mirror realm. It now knew that flying out of the mirror realm was a very dangerous thing. If it couldn't return to the mirror realm and no one came to find it, it could be lost forever. Someone brought in food and placed it on Lei Xingfeng's table. Lei Xingfeng didn't hold back and immediately started eating. There were also some small groups exploring other continents. From time to time, they would send back news, such as finding strange things or finding strange continents. All kinds of information were exchanged in Lei Xingfeng's wooden shed. Feng Qinzong, Yu Ko, Qi Meiyun, Xian Zhaoluan, and the other senior brothers and sisters kept asking about cultivation. Lei Xingfeng didn't show any impatience. He explained while eating. Lei Xingfeng also hoped that his senior brothers and sisters could increase their strength. Even if they couldn't reach his level, an increase in strength would greatly benefit the hidden sect. Right now, the hidden sect lacked experts. Once they encountered an enemy, the hidden sect only had Lei Xingfeng as a true expert. If the others came out to fight, it would be a waste. It was very difficult for the hidden sect to develop. As Lei Xingfeng's strength increased crazily, the hidden sect's cultivators couldn't keep up with his footstep. This was also why Lei Xingfeng was so patient in answering cultivation questions. He didn't want others to be unable to establish themselves in the starry skies. Feng Qinzong and the others weren't the only ones asking cultivation questions. Even Gao Yi, Gucci, and Thunderstorm occasionally asked a question or two. Very quickly, a large discussion group was formed. Everyone had their own questions. One must know that the new training methods Xian Feng had learned were very different from the ones he had learned before, and through Xian Feng's tests, many of the basic training methods he had learned before were wrong. During this time, all the cultivators had received Lei Xingfeng's records of the basics of cultivation. However, they all had a lot of questions in their hearts. Many of them were impatient and had already started cultivating. They had accumulated a lot of questions and wanted to use this opportunity to get answers. After Lei Xingfeng finished eating, everyone was still surrounding him with questions. Lei Xingfeng said, "There are some questions that others have already asked, so don't ask them again. I will try my best to answer everyone's questions. I believe everyone will gain something." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.